As an excellent global Islamic campus, the Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences at Universitas Islam Indonesia is committed to becoming a center for education, research, community service, and da'wah in the fields of psychology and socioculture, both in national and international scales. As a renowned faculty at Universitas Islam Indonesia, the Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences will provide you with an information technology-based learning experience that cultivates a culture of ingenuity, creativity, and innovative thinking revolving around Islamic values. The Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences will lead you to prepare yourself to become a future leader through 4 study programs with the highest level of excellence. The Department of Psychology at Universitas Islam Indonesia is one of the best psychology departments in Indonesia. This department is continually committed to innovating and developing educational and scientific psychology based on Islamic values. Accredited conducted scale. This shape your dream to develop a professional career in various fields of psychology by still holding on the noble values of Islam. The Communication Science Study Program ensures that you will get innumerable opportunities to work and contribute with a spirit of empowerment through adequate facilities and supporting programs under the current advancement. Communication Science Study Program will equip you with creativity, problem-solving skills, and competence of adaptability. Communication Science also has international programs that unfold numerous opportunities for you to have a career in the international realm. English Language Education Study Program equips you with capabilities as an educator, competence, insight, and digital skills. Through international teaching practice and other international mobility programs, progressively travel the world and progressively explore culture and knowledge. Here, you can contribute by being a teacher and practitioners of language, culture, media, and technology. The International Relations Study Program allows you to become an actor in international diplomacy, empowerment, and the economy with integrity, and global competitiveness. Supported by various global mobility programs, you will be able to become part of a global citizen through expert lecture programs, student exchange, and career assistance. Our international program will further strengthen your step in achieving your dream at the international level. As an excellent global Islamic campus, the Faculty of Psycho-Social-Cultural Islam Indonesia is committed to becoming a center for education, research, community service, and da'wah in the fields of psychology and social culture, both in national and international scales. As a renowned faculty at Universitas Islam Indonesia, the Faculty of Psychology and Socio-Cultural Sciences will provide you with an information technology-based learning experience that cultivates a culture of ingenuity, creativity, and innovative thinking revolving around Islamic values. The Faculty of Psychology and Socio-Cultural Sciences will lead you to prepare yourself to become a future leader through 4 study programs with the highest level of excellence. The Department of Psychology at Universitas Islam Indonesia is one of the best psychology departments in Indonesia. This department is continually committed to innovating and developing educational and scientific psychology based on Islamic values. With international accreditation and various academic programs conducted on the international scale, this department will help you shape your dream to develop a professional career in various fields of psychology by still holding on the noble values of Islam. The Communication Science Study Program ensures that innumerable opportunities to work and contribute to the spirit of empowerment through adequate facilities, grants under the current advancement. Communication Science Study Program will equip you with creativity, problem-solving skills, and competence of adaptability. Communication Science international that an opportunity in the international realm. English Language Education Study Program equips you with capabilities as an educator, cross-cultural competence, global insight, and digital skills. Through international teaching practice and other international mobility programs, you can progressively travel the world and progressively explore culture and knowledge. Here, you can contribute by being a teacher and practitioners of language, culture, media, and technology. The International Relations Study Program allows you to become an actor in international diplomacy, empowerment, and the economy with integrity and global competitiveness. Supported by various global mobility programs, you will be able to become part of a global citizen through expert lecture programs, student exchange, and career assistance. Our international program will further strengthen your step in achieving your dream of working at the international level. Global Islamic Cultural University Indonesia to becoming for education service so both in and international scales. As a renowned faculty at Universitas Islam Indonesia, the Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences will provide you with an information technology-based learning experience that cultivates a culture of ingenuity, creativity, and innovative thinking revolving around Islamic values. The Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences will lead you to prepare yourself to become a future leader through 4 study programs with the highest level of excellence. The Department of Psychology at Universitas Islam Indonesia, one of the best psychology departments in Indonesia. This department is continually to innovating educational and scientific psychology based on Islamic values. With international accreditation and various academic programs conducted on the international scale, this department will help you shape your dream to develop a professional career in various fields by still holding on the noble values of Islam. The Communication Science Study Program is with a spirit and support under the current advancement. Communication Science Study Program will equip you with creativity, problem-solving skills, and competence of adaptability. Communication Science also has international programs that unfold numerous opportunities for you to have a career in the international realm. English Language
Itu ada students yang dari Riphah University menanyakan, yes, enggak ini saya ngerespon dulu jawab apa Dokter Anu bentar ya. Kalau di Riphah itu berarti jam Pakistan jam berapa?
Tiga, 3 jam kan ya selisih ya.
Iya, masih pagi lah intinya. Kayaknya habis subuh deh kalau di Riphah, di Lahore, Pakistan.
Ya, sambil nunggu surup.
Heeh. Oh, ini kata Dokter Anung, studentsnya lagi trying to join. Oke, ma'am. Kok unable to do so ya? Kenapa ya?
Pakai copy link yang hijau kiri atas tuh, Dira langsung copy
Iya.
link itu.
Oh, oh. Kemarin juga udah saya share itu kok. Bentar, bentar. Bentar, saya iniin lagi. Apa bisa jadi jaringan juga?
Saya punya instrumental ya.
يا روحي لروحي روحي يا روحي لروحي. I know that you could easily this will all come to an end. So my last wish is for you to be pleased with me. Allah, ya Allah, guide me all the way to your Jannah. Ya Allah, ya Allah, don't let me go astray, 'cause I need you by my side. I wish to be close, close to you throughout my life. Ya Allah, oh Allah, be with me all the way. I know that sometimes I do forget that my next breath could be the last. Forgive me, 'cause I can't thank you enough. Forgive me when I doubt your love. Now I pray for that day when all this stops and comes to an end. So my last wish is for you to be pleased with me. Allah, ya Allah, guide me all the way to your Jannah. Ya Allah, ya Allah, don't let me go astray, 'cause I need you by my side. I wish to be close, close to you throughout my life. Ya Allah, oh Allah, be with me all the way. Day by day passes, and I think that my time could be near. So I pray, oh God, let this world be in my hands and not in my heart, 'cause soon I'll have to leave it, 'cause soon I'll have to leave it. Allah, ya Allah, guide me all the way to your Jannah. Ya Allah, oh Allah, don't let me go astray, 'cause I need you. Allah, ya Allah, guide me all the way to your Jannah. Ya Allah, ya Allah, don't let me go astray, 'cause I need you by my side. I wish to be close, close to you throughout my life. Ya Allah, oh Allah, be with me all the way. Allah, ya Allah, guide me all the way to your Jannah. Ya Allah, ya Allah, don't let me go astray, 'cause I need you by my side. I wish to be close, close to you throughout my life. قلبي على بابك سجد يدعوك يا الله، ما لي أنا غيرك أحد أدعوه وأترجاه. قلبي على بابك سجد يدعوك يا الله، ما لي أنا غيرك أحد أدعوه وأترجاه. قلبي أنا كل ما ابتعد ذاق الألم والآه، يطلبك يا ربي المدد، الله يا الله. قلبي أنا كل ما ابتعد ذاق الألم والآه، يطلبك يا ربي المدد، الله يا الله. قلبي على بابك سجد يدعوك يا الله، مالي غيرك أحد أدعوه وأترجاه. قلبي على بابك سجد يدعوك يا الله، مالي غيرك أحد أدعوه وأترجاه. ربي أحبك للأبد، لولاك قلبي تاه. دوما عليك المعتمد في كل ما ألقاه. ربي أحبك للأبد، لولاك قلبي تاه. دوما عليك المعتمد في كل ما ألقاه. دمعي على خدي ورد يا خالقي رحمك، أنت المعين أنت السند، أنا من أنا لولاك. دمعي على خدي ورد يا خالقي رحمك، أنت المعين أنت السند، أنا من أنا لولاك. قلبي على بابك سجد يدعوك يا الله، مالي غيرك أحد أدعوه وأترجاه. قلبي على بابك سجد يدعوك يا الله، مالي غيرك أحد أدعوه وأترجاه.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. The Honorable the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology and Social Cultural Science, Mrs. Qurratul Uyun, S.Psi, M.Sc, Psikolog, the head of Department Psychology, Universitas Islam Indonesia, is Hazirah Qudsi, S.Psi, M.A, the Honorable Lecturer from Department Psychology of Universitas Islam Indonesia. And brother and sister, I'd like to welcome you all to the International Student Conference on Islamic Psychology. I would like to thank you all for attending this event, and I pray that Allah grant us His mercy and complete blessing by the virtue of our daily effort in correcting our intention for the sake of Allah only. Before moving on, please allow me, Nabila Ariska Wardania, as the Master of Ceremony, to read out the schedule of this session. First is student paper presentation. Second is seminar, class, photo session, and closing. Before we get started, I would like to remind everyone to please condition your mobile device and microphone, as it may cause some disturbance during the period of the event. Moving on to the next session, we will listen carefully to the Quran recitation by Ruhaya. She is psychology student from Department of Psychology, Universitas Islam Indonesia. Ruhaya, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalisi fafsahu yafsahillahu lakum wa idza qila shuzu يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا ناجيتم الرسول فقدموا بين يدي نجواكم صدقة ذلك خير لكم وأطهر فإن لم تجدوا الله غفور رحيم أأشفقتم أن تقدموا بين يدي نجواكم صدقات فإن لم تفعلوا وتاب الله عليكم فأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة فأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة وأطيعوا الله ورسوله والله خبير بما تعملون صدق الله العظيم Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Sadaqallahul Azim. Let us start with all his words. Moving on to this first agenda, which is to listen to the opening speech delivered by the head of Department Psychology, Universitas Islam Indonesia, Mrs. Hajra Kutbi, S.Psi, M.A. Mrs. Hajra Kutbi, time and place is yours.
Oke, thank you Mbak Nabila. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Alhamdulillahillazi hadzana li hadza linahtadiya laula an hadanallah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu alaihi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi amma ba'd. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. And gentlemen, the honorable the guest speakers today, the honorable all of the lecturers from Department of Psychology, Universitas Islam Indonesia, the honorable all lecturers from the colleague, from our colleague from the IIUM and also Riphah University. Riphah University, Riphah International University, Pakistan, and also our beloved students, our dear students from Universitas Islam Indonesia, Department of Psychology, Psychology Study Program, Undergraduate Program, Universitas Islam Indonesia, students from IIUM, International Islamic University, Malaysia, and also our dear students from Riphah International University, Pakistan. Good morning and welcome to the International Student Conference on Islamic Psychology 2024. It is a great honor and privilege to stand before you today, surrounded by such a diverse and vibrant assembly of scholars, practitioners, and also from students, and also students from Universitas Islam Indonesia, IIUM, and also Riphah International University. Today marks a significant milestone in our collective journey toward understanding and integrating Islamic psychology, Islamic principles with psychological practice. Islamic psychology, well deeply rooted in our rich cultural and spiritual heritage, offers unique perspectives and methodologies that can contribute immensely to the broader discipline of psychology. As we gather here, let us remember the importance of this convergence of minds and hearts, the fusion of faith and science, tradition and innovation provides us with an unparalleled opportunity to explore new frontiers in mental health and human behavior. This conference is not just an academic, but also a celebration of knowledge, a dialogue between past wisdom and present understanding. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers, who have will who will share their invaluable insight with us. And also, yeah, of course, we will attend the seminar this evening, yeah, this afternoon, I'm sorry, with the amazing speakers. Yeah. And also, yeah, I would like to express my gratitude to all of organizing committee, yeah, Pak Ali, Bu Nadia, ya, Bu Rumiani, Pak Sus, Pak Fuad, and also Pak Haris, and of course, ya, Mbak Tia, Mas Oyon, Mas Surya, and so on, ya, that your hard work and commitment, yeah, have made this conference possible. Thank you for your tireless efforts. And also to the students, yeah, the future third years of Islamic psychology, this conference is for you. If it is an opportunity to learn, to question, to discuss, and to grow. Your enthusiasm, yeah, and curiosity, yeah, are the driving forces behind the evolution of this discipline, Islamic psychology. Embrace this chance to engage with experts, to build networks, and to contribute your fresh perspectives to the ongoing dialogue. In the coming days, we will delve into a myriad of topics that bridge the gaps between Islamic teaching and contemporary psychological practices. From exploring yeah, a lot of the practical in Islamic psychology to understanding mental health, yeah, psychological process through the lens of Islamic philosophy, Islamic values, and our discussion will pave the way for innovative approaches and collaborative research between Universitas Islam Indonesia, IAUM, and International University, and hopefully we can make a broader partnership with others university. As we embark on this intellectual journey, let us keep in mind the holistic nature of Islam. It encompasses not only mind but also the soul, emphasizing the interconnectedness of our mental, emotional, and well-being. As we choose our title conference with the theme, yeah, with being resilient in times of crisis. Yeah. This holistic approach is what sets Islamic apart and makes it a vital addition to the global understanding of mental health, of resilience, of psychological well-being. In closing, I urge you all to make the most of this conference. Engage actively, ask questions, share your experiences, and forge connections that will last beyond these few days. Together, let us contribute to the growth and development of Islamic psychology, ensuring that it continues to flourish and benefit individuals and communities worldwide. Thank you all for being here. May this conference be a source of enlightenment, inspiration, and collaboration. Inshallah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Jazakumullah khairan Azira. May Allah bless us together. Amin. Well, next session is presentation session that will be held in the breakout room. Participants may join the breakout room according to the previous distribution. The breakout room can be seen again in the event rundown. As one speaker, I would like to refer to the main room since we'll continue the second seminar. Next session is the presentation session that will be held in the breakout room. The participant may join the breakout room according to the previous distribution. For all students of Islamic Psychology course, please change the name with the class code and your name. Also, please change your virtual background. For all students from IIUM and Riphah International University, please change the name with the name of the university and your name. And for all presenter, please to stay in main room.
Amal. C understand. Ya kamu kosong. Nanti ikut-ikutan C.
Has everyone joined the breakout room from Group A1, Group A2, Group B1, Group B2, from Universitas Islam Indonesia, and then Riphah International University from Pakistan, Group 1 and Group 2, and International Islamic University from Malaysia, Group 1. Has everyone joined the breakout room? The presenter. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Mr. Dr. Sus Budiharto S.Psi M.Sc Psikolog, the Honorable Ms. Rumiani S.Psi M.Sc Psikolog, and good morning, brother and sister. Welcome to this session of Student Islamic Presentation, Paper Presentation of International Student Conference on Islamic Psychology 2024. My name is Mega Rahma and I will be moderating this session. Before we begin, I would like to give some notes. Firstly, each presenter in this session will have a total of 10 minutes for the speakers to present your paper. All speakers will have to introduce themselves. Secondly, after each presentation, there will be a 5-minute for Q&A session for 1 or 2 questions. Thirdly, if you have any question for this presenter, you can use the chat on this box after ask your question. Then I will read your question. And lastly, during each speaker presentation, please pay attention to the chat box because the moderator will inform you the remaining time to present your paper. If the presenter talks for more than 1 minute beyond their presentation time, I will ask your presenter to immediately deliver the conclusion. Now, moving along to our session, let's please welcome our first presenter. Is Group A1 from Universitas Islam Indonesia. For presenter Group A1 from Universitas Indonesia.
Wait.
Okay, now you can start your presentation. Group A1.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, and thank you for opportunity given. Previously, introduce us from the A1 group of Indonesian Islamic University, which carries the research title Prayer and Stress Management for Muslim Student. In the preparation of this research, we consist of 5 teams consisting number one, Nanda Wijaya Kusuma, number two, Zaki Muhammad Fauzan, number three, Amar Muhammad Wiono, number four, Mat Fadli Rahmani, and number five, Fazwardi Nur Hidayatullah. Next. We chose to do research with this title because of several things. One, there are many cases of sites that happen to Muslim student today because they cannot manage their own stress depression. According to WHO, the second cause of death in the world in the age range of 15 to 29 years is dominated by suicide, and 79% occurs in low middle income countries. Point two, the motive for suicide that occurs in Indonesian is usually not caused by mental illness, but occurs because of social problems that can be in the form of the scope of romance, friendship, family, work, or lectures. Point three, lack of support system for Muslim students, and point four, for stress management experienced by Muslim students. Next, theoretical basis. We use several grounding in the preparation of this research. As for other opinion, uh, stress is a poor condition of psychological and emotional stimulation that a person gets in a condition that threatens their well-being. According to Sunbro, stress is a person response to dangerous events, situations. In addition, according to McGill, expressing stress is a person adaptive response to a condition that is considered a threat. When two in stress disorder, there are two aspects, namely negative stress and positive stress. Negative stress is stress that can trigger a negative response and adversely affect the physical and mental health of students, including decreased productivity, difficulty concentration, and both physical and mental health disorders such as high blood pressure and anxiety. Positive stress is stress that can benefit students so that it can be a motivation and achievement of goals. Point three, there are four factors that make students exposed to stress disorder, namely social factor. Social factor usually come from discrimination, violence, bullying. Number two, academic factor usually come from the demands of learning from parents, must get good grades. Point three, environmental factors. Environmental factors are usually from friendship, romance, relationship, and last, temperament, emotion. environment emotion factor has inner pressure. Next. Salat is seen as an important pillar in the pillars of Islam that not only reminds people of faith in God, it can also help them manage and reduce stress and feeling of danger. Many psychological studies have shown that prayer can bring significant benefits such as help individual research the event that cause stress positively and calm their mind and body. There are five salat that must be done by Muslim, namely one salat subuh, salat zuhur, salat asar, salat maghrib, and salat isya. Next. The relationship of prayer and stress management is a relationship between religious practice and psychological well-being. Salat can make the stress management of Muslim students more stable. If prayer is done regularly, it will make stress management more stable. On the other hand, if prayer is not done regularly, it will cause stress management to be unstable. The results of research conducted by Khan on Muslim clients who live in Toledo, Ohio, revealed that the majority of participants saw comfort and tranquility from prayer when they were stressed. Next. Hypothesis in our research to find out whether is a relation between prayer and stress management Muslim student got a hypothesis in the form of praying or salat 5 times will be positively related to the ability to manage stress in Muslim students. The more regularly praying 5 times, the ability to manage stress in Muslim students will increase. On the other hand, the more irregular it is to carry out the 5 times salat, the ability to manage stress in Muslim student will decrease. Next. In this research, we use structure to conduct survey studies using a quantitative approach. The study used as many as 51 class Class A students in Islamic psychology course and volunteer students who were willing outside Class A. The distribution of data collection is carried out using Google Form, which is distributed through a WhatsApp group, Class A Islamic psychology course. The scale of regularity of prayer has 10 favorable statements, and the stress management scale has 9 favorable statements. Next. The data collection is in the form of a question scale, which is divided into 5 parts, namely part 1 in the form of informed consent, part 2 in the form of the respondent identity, part 3 or scale 1 in the form of the regularity of Solat scale, part 4 or scale 2 in the form of stress management scale, and last part 5 is closing. The regularity scale of Solat using weighting the result as follows: 0 or never, and 1 or rare, and 2 or sometimes, and 3 or often, and 4 or always. Stress management scale using the weighting of sampling results such as the following: 1 or almost never, 2 or rarely, and 3 or sometimes, 4 or often, and 5 almost always. Next.
And for
And
the
for the
result, we
result, we
have
have
51 respondents, and we have mean for Salat is 3.05, and then the standard deviation for Salat is 0.732, and then the Sapir Whoopi is we have 0.005. And for management stress, we have 51 respondent also, and then we have 3.76 mean. And then for standard deviation for management stress is 0.0605. And then the Sapir Wheel for management stress is 0.249. And for the result of reliability analysis of SOLAT, we have Cronbach alpha 0.930 at 34. And the reliability analysis management stress, we have the Cronbach's alpha, the scale of 0.864. And for correlation test, we have the mean of SOLAT. We have management stress. We have Pearson's R 3.406 and the p-value 3.002, and the p-value is 3.009. And the analysis regression, we have the
Only
mean
R
of
square,
management
R
stress, we have
square,
intercept
R square.
2.737, and the mean of SOLAT is 0.336.
Okay, for group 1, your time is up. Please deliver the conclusion.
Next slide, Mbak Mika. Next slide, yes.
Okay. Conclusion.
Based on the result of the research that has been done, performing 5 times of prayer regularity has a significant positive correlation with the ability to manage stress in Muslim students. The more regularly performing 5 times of prayer, the ability to manage stress in Muslim students will increase. On the other hand, the more irregular it is to carry out prayers 5 times, the ability to manage stress in Muslim students is decreasing. Muslim students should be expected to maintain regularity to praying 5 times so that the ability to manage stress become better or increase. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, please give applause reaction to group 1. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Now let's please welcome our next question. If you have any question for group A1, please send your question in the chat box.
Stop sharing, please, Mas. Oh, Mbak Mugni.
If you have any question for group A1, Okay, if there are no questions, I would like to personally ask some question. What is the reason you choose this topic in this research you conducted?
Excuse me?
What is the reason you do choose this topic in this research?
So the reason of our um yeah, we have wait. Our reason to choose this topic is the salat and management and the management stress on mahasiswa Muslim. Oh, I mean the Muslim students.
Okay, thank you for answering my question. Okay, guys, please give applause reaction to Group A1. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Now, let's please welcome our next presentation from second presenter, Group A2 from Universitas Islam Indonesia. Okay, you can start your presentation, Group A2.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, we are from Group A2 from Universitas Islam Indonesia. We will present the results of our research about religiosity and psychological well-being in Muslim students. Let me introduce our team. Next slide. First is me, Sabrina Octavia Putri Anggarasari, and my friend Riri Malinda, Sri Mauludian, Dila Isfahani, and Salina Jasmine.
Theoretical basis. Prof. 2006 says religiosity is a person's strong belief in God that is reflected through his approach to a religion, frequency of worship, and spiritual understanding and experience. Edward 2022 defines that theoretical basis. According to Riphah 2013, psychological well-being is related to individual feeling about daily activities and can encourage their disclosure of personal feeling based on their life experiences. Being able to undergo activities optimally and productively is the psychological well-being of Muslim students. Individuals with good psychological well-being can take positive action toward themselves and those around them. In addition, they can also feel happier in carrying out daily activities, including their work, Riphah and KS, 1995. There are 6 aspects of well-being according to Riphah 2013, namely self-acceptance, positive relationship, autonomy, environmental mastery, purpose in life, and personal growth. Next. Factors that affect psychological well-being according to Perconi 2021, Harjanti 2021, Maharani and Mangunjaya 2023, Saidida et al. 2022, namely gender, age, family environment, socio-economic status, personality, culture, religiosity, social support, optimism, emotional control, attachment and warm relationship, and achievement of life goals. Next. Prof. 2006 says religiosity is a person's strong belief in God that is reflected through his approach to a religion, frequency of worship, and spiritual understanding and experience. Edward 2022 defines that religiosity in Islam is defined as the application of monotheistic values derived from belief in the oneness of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. The aspect of religiosity according to Block and Stark 1965 and Suroso 1995, Ida et al. 2002, Saida et al. 2022, namely religious belief, religious practice, religious feeling, religious knowledge, religious affect. Practice is in line with morals, knowledge in line with science, experience with ihsan or appreciation, belief with akidah, syariah, and practice.
Research hypothesis. Religiosity is positively related to the psychological well-being of Muslim students. The higher the level of religiosity, the higher the level of psychological well-being of Muslim students. Meanwhile, the lower the level of religiosity, the lower the level of psychological well-being of Muslim students. Methods. Research design. This research uses a correlation analysis design with a quantitative approach. The data collection method uses self-report in the form of a questionnaire distributed online in the form of a Google form. And then research participant. The participant of this study were 40 Muslim students with an age range of 19 until 22 years. Participants came from several ethnic groups, namely Javanese, Sundanese, Minang, Malay, and Banjar. Research instrument. This research used two scales, namely psychological well-being from Riphah, consisting of 24 items, and Muslim religiosity from Amir, consisting of 13 items with a reliability of 0.93 and 0.797. The psychological well-being and Muslim religiosity scales use a measurement method in the form of a Likert scale with a value range of 0 until 4. Data analysis method. The data obtained from the psychological well-being and Muslim religiosity scales were analyzed using the Jamufi application. There are several analyses conducted in this study. First, the assumption test to ensure whether the data used fulfill certain assumptions so that its validity is maintained. Second, linear regression analysis to determine the extent of the causal relationship between dependent and independent variable.
Data analysis result. Based on the result of the research, it can be seen that the number of female respondents dominates, namely 25 people, while male respondents total 15 people, with an age range of 19 years as many as 10 people, 20 years of age as many as 24 people, 21 years of age as many as 2 people, and 22 years of age as many as 4 people, while the most respondents came from the Japanese tribe, namely 29 people, Sundanese as many as 7 people, Minang tribe 2 people, Banjar tribe 1 person, Malay tribe 1 person. Psychological well-being
categorization. Based on the result of calculating the psychological well-being score categories, it is known that 5% of students have a very low level of psychological well-being, 25% low level, 42.5% medium level, 20% high level, and 7.5% very high level. Religiosity categorization. Based on the result of calculating the religiosity score category, it is known that 12.5% of students have a very low level of religiosity, 7.5% low level, 47.5% medium level, 32.5% high level, and 0% very high level.
Assumptions test. Normality test using Shapiro-Wilk, which aims to test whether the data used in the study is normally distributed or not. Based on the results of the normality test described in the table, it is known that the significance value is 0.854 at the level of religiosity and 0.932 at psychological well-being. There, the results are greater than 0.05. In accordance with the basis for decision-making in the Shapiro-Wilk normality test, it is known that the religiosity and the psychological well-being data are normally distributed. Thus, the assumption or requirement of normality in the regression model is met. The linear regression test bukan ini tahu. Judging from the assumption of normality, linear regression test check according to Kolmogorov-Smirnov obtain p-value is 0.589, where more than 0.05 means that the data is normally distributed and there is a linear relationship between religiosity and psychological well-being. Hypothesis test. Hypothesis testing was carried out using correlation tests to determine whether there is a positive relationship with the psychological well-being of Muslim students. Based on the test result, it's known that p 0.016, where p is less than 0.05, this result indicates that the hypothesis is accepted, meaning that there is a relationship between religiosity and psychological well-being in Muslim students. Next. Discussion. The results of this study are consistent with other studies that show a positive correlation between religiosity and psychological well-being in previous research results, which show a relationship between psychological health and religiosity. The relationship between religiosity and psychological well-being is positive, meaning that psychological well-being increased along with religiosity. The findings of this study are consistent with previous research, which shows that religiosity provides emotional and mental support to individuals, especially Muslim students. Community support, spiritual values, and religious practice provide a sense of purpose in life and better self-control, which will improve individual psychological well-being.
Okay, Sabrina, your time is up. Please deliver the conclusion.
Thanks for attention.
You can read your conclusion.
Conclusion. Conclusion. The conclusion of this research is that there is a positive and significant between religiosity and psychological well-being in Muslim students. This means that the higher the level of religiosity, the higher the psychological well-being experience. These results are consistent with previous research, which show that religiosity can provide emotional and mental support, as well as increase a sense of purpose in life and self-control.
Okay, thank you for your amazing presentation. If you have any question for group 2A2, please send your question in the chat box. Okay, if there are no more questions, I will ask a question. What are the limitations of this research for group A2?
Okay, this study has limitations such as small and homogeneous sample size, as well as the use of self-report method that are prone to response bias. Further research with a larger sample and more diverse measurement method is needed to validate this study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for group A2 answering my question. Please give applause reaction to group A2. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Now let's please welcome our next presentation from group B1 from Universitas Islam Indonesia. You can drop your presentation in chat box for group B1. Okay, the presenter group B1, Firdah Fiza Nur Intan, Indah Septiana. Please drop your presentation in chat box. Okay, presenter from group B1. Okay, I give your access. Okay, you can share screen, Nur Intan, and start your presentation now. Okay, you can start your presentation with active the camera, please. Okay, Amelia, please start your presentation now.
Maaf, anggota saya ada yang belum bisa join ke breakout room 1.
Sekarang dia ada di breakout room berapa, Mbak Amelia?
Masih di main.
Oh, main room.
Iya,
Atas nama siapa?
Firza Mariamuna. Maaf, atas nama Puspa Ayu. Masih dia nggak?
Atau diwakili Mbak Keiza saja ya, karena belum kami temukan.
Ya.
Oke, saya akan buka. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Di sini kami akan mempresentasikan hasil dari penelitian kami yang berjudul korelasi antara husnuzon dengan anxiety pada mahasiswa. Oke, ini. Agenda yang akan kami review adalah yang pertama adalah background of study, yang kedua problem statement, yang ketiga framework, yang keempat metodologi, yang kelima propose timeline, yang keenam analisis, yang ketujuh portfolio, dan 8 testimonial. Kemudian untuk latar belakang akan dijelaskan oleh rekan saya, yaitu Indah.
Kecemasan adalah perasaan tidak nyaman seperti takut atau khawatir yang biasa bersifat ringan atau berat. Setiap orang pernah mengalami perasaan cemas pada suatu saat dalam hidupnya. Misalnya cemas saat sebelum mengikuti ujian atau cemas ketika akan melakukan wawancara kerja dan sebagainya. Namun kecemasan dapat menjadi masalah apabila seorang mengalami kecemasan secara berlebihan karena ia dapat mempengaruhi berbagai aspek kehidupan seseorang. Prevalensi kecemasan di Indonesia berada pada angka yang cukup tinggi. Pada tahun 2019 menemukan bahwa prevalensi laki-laki di Indonesia memiliki gangguan kecemasan sebesar 2,7% dan perempuan sebesar 4,5%. Hampir 2 kali lipat dari laki-laki. Kemudian di dalam Islam kita selalu dianjurkan untuk memiliki sikap husnuzon, atau dalam kata lain selalu berusaha untuk berpikir positif atau berprasangka baik terhadap orang lain. Seperti dalam Quran Surat Al-Hujurat ayat 10, manusia diperintahkan untuk menjauhi prasangka buruk, karena biasanya prasangka buruk itu hanya membawa manusia pada kerusakan dan dampak negatif. Orang-orang yang berhusnuzon juga akan selalu optimis dengan apa yang dilakukannya karena ia yakin Allah akan membantunya. Salah satu cara dari mengurangi pikiran-pikiran negatif ini adalah dengan menggantinya menjadi pikiran positif atau bersikap husnuzon. Maka dari itu, kami memutuskan untuk melakukan penelitian mengenai hubungan antara sikap husnuzon dan tingkat kecemasan pada mahasiswa untuk mengetahui apakah ada korelasi antara keduanya. Next akan dijelaskan oleh rekan saya.
Selanjutnya saya akan menjelaskan tentang definisi husnuzon. Husnuzon yang berasal dari kata bahasa Arab yang menggabungkan kata hus yang artinya baik dan zon atau sangka secara sempit. Husnuzon didefinisikan sebagai asumsi positif, sangat dihargai dalam Islam karena mendorong kejernihan dan rasionalitas dalam menghadapi tantangan hidup. Menurut Rusdi 2012, husnuzon mengurangi beban hidup dan pengalaman tidak menyenangkan yang terkait dengan asumsi negatif. Lalu menurut Kavi, menggambarkan husnuzon sebagai menjaga pandangan positif terhadap situasi melalui pikiran yang jernih dan tidak negatif. Lalu Al-Atsari melihat husnuzon sebagai pembingkian pengalaman saat ini secara positif melalui pemikiran. Gurniati dan kawan-kawan mendefinisikan sebagai konstruksi psikologis yang berakal pada tradisi Islam yang mendorong asumsi positif tidak hanya dalam hubungan antar pribadi tetapi juga interpersonal dan transgender. Selanjutnya, menurut Rusdi ada dua aspek husnuzon. Yang pertama, husnuzon kepada Allah, yakni melibatkan kualitas yang tidak terlihat dari ibadah seseorang dalam Islam. Jadi lebih menekankan bahwa perilaku manusia itu mencakup tindakan lahiriah dan niat internal atau amal al-qalb yang semuanya akan dimintai pertanggungjawaban. Mereka yang memiliki asumsi positif terhadap Allah menunjukkan kepercayaan atau tawakal dan menerima semua ujian yang mereka hadapi. Yang kedua, husnuzon kepada sesama manusia, yaitu sikap yang selalu berprasangka baik terhadap orang lain tanpa meragukan kemampuan masing-masing. Nah, ini menunjukkan rasa senang dan saling menghormati di antara hamba Allah, bebas dari rasa curiga, iri hati, atau perasaan tidak senang tanpa alasan yang jelas. Next. Faktor-faktor husnuzon. Menurut Al-Atsari, ada 3 faktor yang memengaruhi munculnya husnuzon. Yang pertama, ikhlas. Ikhlas itu melibatkan pemurnian niat seseorang semata-mata untuk Allah dan dalam tindakan ketaatan. Individu yang ikhlas berusaha memahami tujuan dan makna sejati dari hidup, sehingga mendorong asumsi positif terhadap Allah. Yang kedua adalah self-reflection atau muhasabah. Muhasabah dapat dipahami sebagai perjalanan hijrah, yaitu berpindah dari perilaku buruk menjadi perilaku baik. Husnuzon menjadi tujuan sentral dari setiap transformasi moral individu. Yang ketiga ada faith atau keimanan. Nah, iman adalah salah satu bentuk husnuzon tertinggi karena melaluinya individu percaya pada hal gaib. Nah, kurangnya kepastian dan asumsi positif bahwa setiap tindakan akan bermanfaat dan dihargai oleh Allah menunjukkan kurangnya pertumbuhan iman. Next. Kemudian saya akan menjelaskan tentang kecemasan. Nah, dalam psikologi Islam yang merujuk pada Al-Quran, kecemasan merujuk pada ketakutan. Namun, Hashim menjelaskan bahwa itu adalah ketakutan kepada Allah, ketakutan akan hukuman, dan ketakutan tidak mendapatkan ridhonya. Contoh dari Al-Quran yang membahas ini yaitu, dan sungguh kami akan menguji kamu dengan sedikit eh, dengan dengan sedikit ketakutan dan kelaparan, kekurangan harta, jiwa, dan buah-buahan, tetapi sampaikanlah kabar gembira kepada orang-orang yang sabar. Surat Al-Baqarah ayat 155. Faktor-faktor next. Faktor-faktor yang memengaruhi kecemasan, sebagaimana dijelaskan oleh Olmanas dan Emery, mencakup kekuatan adaptif dan maladaptif, faktor sosial seperti mana sih? Faktor-faktor yang memiliki kecemasan, sebagaimana dijelaskan oleh Olmanas dan Emery, mencakup ketakutan adaptif dan maladaptif. Faktor sosial seperti peristiwa kehidupan yang menegangkan, trauma masa kecil, hubungan ketertarikan, dan kecemasan akan perpisahan. Lalu ada faktor kepercayaan yang melibatkan proses perjalanan. Lalu ada faktor kognitif, persepsi kontrol, interpretasi yang berlebihan, perhatian terhadap ancaman, dan bias pemrosesan informasi, serta faktor biologis yang mencakup genetika dan neurobiologi. Next. Menurut Nevid dan kawan-kawan, ada 3 karakteristik kecemasan. Yang pertama, apa sih? Menurut Nevid, ada 3 karakteristik kecemasan. Yang pertama, ciri fisik, yaitu seperti gelisah, gugup, gemetar, sesak di dada atau perut, keringat berlebihan, telapak tangan berkeringat, pusing, dan kondisi fisik lainnya yang mempengaruhi aktivitas sehari-hari. Yang kedua adalah karakteristik perilaku, yaitu seperti penghindaran, perilaku ketergantungan, dan perilaku gelisah. Yang ketiga, ada ciri kognitif, yaitu seperti kekhawatiran, ketakutan, atau kecemasan akan masa depan, lalu ada kekhawatiran berlebihan, atau kesadaran yang berlebihan terhadap sensasi tubuh, serta ada ketakutan kehilangan kontrol dan kesulitan berkonsentrasi. Next. Selanjutnya akan dijelaskan oleh rekan saya.
Pindah your microphone.
Oh iya, sorry. Penelitian ini bertujuan untuk mengetahui hubungan antara sikap husnuzon dan tingkat kecemasan pada mahasiswa. Penelitian ini dilakukan di lingkup universitas dengan populasi seluruh mahasiswa aktif beragama Islam dengan jumlah 100 responden dengan kriteria berstatus sebagai mahasiswa.
Oke, Indah. Time's up. Boleh langsung ke conclusion.
Udah beres nih. Ngomong apa lagi?
Conclusion. Kesimpulan.
Kepanjangan. Oke.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation, Group B1. If you have any question for Group B1, please send your question in chat box. And stop your share screen, Group B1. Boleh di stop share screen-nya. Okay, if there are no question, I would like to personally ask some question. Kalau nggak ada yang bertanya, izinkan aku untuk bertanya ke kelompok B1. Oh, oke, ada Aura. Oke, dari kelas Aura Najma, kelas D, izinkan saya bertanya, apakah kalian mengalami kecemasan atau rasa cemas pada saat ini? Lalu bagaimana cara kalian mengatasinya? Mungkin boleh langsung dijawab dari grup B1. Okay, for presenter group B1, please answering the question.
Izin menjawab ya. Jadi kalau seperti yang kita ketahui, rasa cemas itu kan sangat umum dialami oleh banyak orang. Nah, kalau dari hasil penelitian kami menemukan kalau misalnya terdapat hubungan negatif antara husnuzon dengan kecemasan. Jadi di sini artinya di saat kita membiasakan diri kita untuk selalu berpikir positif, untuk berprasangka baik terhadap Allah dan terhadap sesama, itu nantinya juga akan membantu kita untuk mengurangi rasa kecemasan kita. Jadi semuanya itu juga tergantung sama pola pikir kita dan prasangka kita. Jadi seperti itu jawabannya.
Okay, thank you for Group B1 for the presentation. Okay, please give applause reaction to Group B1 from Universitas Islam Indonesia. Now let's please welcome our next presentation from presenter Group B2 from Universitas Islam Indonesia. I will Okay, for Group B2, you can start your presentation now.
Okay, thank you. Honorable the lecturers of Islamic psychology and our charming friends who are attending this event. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, we are from team B2 from the class of Islamic psychology B. We want to present our research about tawakal and academic stress among college students. But before we start the presentation, I would like to introduce the team member of our group. There is me, Adinda Alfisania Pohan, and then there are my friends, Salwa Raisa Adia Susanto, Raida Nurhafiza Maifatia, and also Safana Safwa Ramadhani. Next, there is the table of contents. We would like to present to you about the first research background, and then the second theoretical framework and research methods. The third is results and discussions, and the last is conclusion. Next. Okay, for the research background, I would like my friends Safana Safwa Ramadhani will present it.
Okay, thank you, Adinda. Students had many demands that must be fulfilled in their lives. The biggest demand experienced by students is academic demands, which is one of the main factors causing stress in students. As a result of these demands, many students face serious mental health crises. In a survey conducted by the Association for University and College, counseling center directors found a growth of psychological problems in college students of around 95% in counseling centers across America. The survey also found an increase in the number of students experiencing serious psychological problems between 2013 and 2014 at 70% of counseling centers on various campuses in America. One form of coping strategy carried out by students when facing various academic demands is religious coping. Research conducted by Bataineh 2013 also conclude that stress management skills derived from religious sources, religious values, prayer, and reading the Quran are significantly related to academic stress in students. One form of coping that individuals can do from religious sources is tawakal.
Okay, thank you, Safana Safar Ramadhani. And then the next is theoretical framework and research methods, which that will be presented by my friends Raida Nurhafiza.
Okay, theoretical framework. Academic stress. Academic stress is a condition where individuals get pressure and demands so that they are unable to manage and complete academic tasks properly. Cairo 2023. Aspect of academic stress according to Sun, Dun, and Su 2011 include learning pressure, task burden, grade concerns, grade expectations, self-expectations, and helplessness. Tawakal. Tawakal is a theory of belief and diversity proposed by Rumi 2004. Rumi explains that tawakal can be defined as that Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala has control over everything, and Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala will provide blessings and happiness to those who believe and also do good deeds. In this context, this study can help to understand how tawakal can help students to manage academic stress. The effect of tawakal in overcoming academic stress. Alvin 2011 suggests several internal factors that cause academic stress, namely the mindset of individuals will be tested when they have expectations, whether they are able to control the situations at hand or not. Human abilities have limits, while belief in something that has limits can cause discrepancies and collisions with reality conditions. In the other hand, condition will occur if individual trust their affairs to Allah. The attitude of accepting whatever results are obtained from one's efforts prevents individual from worrying about whether the result they will obtain will be accordance with their expectations or not. Research methods. This research method uses a correlational quantitative approach with a questionnaire adapted from the theory of Sun, Dun, and Su 2011 as a reference for academic stress instrument. The first step of data collection is to design a questionnaire that is accordance with the research objective and variables to study. After designing the questionnaire, the next step is to test the validity and reliability of the questionnaire through a trial. After the final questionnaire is prepared, the researcher will distribute it to the respondent who are part of the population to be studied. The collected data will then be analyzed using statistical techniques such as descriptive regression analysis, correlational analysis, and other statistical methods in accordance with the research objective. The hypothesis proposed in the study is whether there is a negative relationship between the attitude of tawakal on by students and the academic stress when they fail.
Okay, next, I would like to explain about the results and discussions. The results, the first for the description of analysis, this study involved 25 respondents. There were 12 female subjects, equal to 48%, and 13 male subjects, equal to 52%. Both male and female respondents were 25 Muslims, equal to 100%. All of them are active university students, totaling 25 people, equal to 100%. Age over 18 years, totaling 25 people, equal to 100%, and answered the questionnaire properly and correctly. Next. Then next, there is the data categorization. Based on categorization of the research data, we conduct a significant correlation p-value equal to 0.018 with the following detailed results. The first is academic stress data categorization. From the data above, the researcher conclude that there were 10 respondents who were in the low academic stress category with a percentage of 40%. 6 respondents were in the moderate academic stress category with a percentage of 24%, and 9 respondents were in the high academic stress category with a percentage of 36%. Next. Next, there is the tawakal data categorization. Based on the table above, the researcher conclude that there were 10 respondents who were in the low tawakal with a percentage of 48%, 8 respondents who were in the moderate tawakal category with a percentage of 32%, and 7 respondents who were in the high tawakal category with a percentage of 28%. Next. The assumption test. The assumption test includes normality test, linearity test, and hypothesis test. The researchers processed the data using the Jamovi program version 2.3. And then the next there is normality test. Researchers perform normality test technique using Shapiro-Wilk P, skewness, and kurtosis data. The following are the results of the normality test of the Con-Ah and life satisfaction variables. Next. Based on the results of the normality test in terms of the Shapiro-Wilk p-value, it is known that the academic stress obtained is abnormal because Shapiro-Wilk p shows the result of 0.048 with p greater than 0.05, then the data is considered invalid. While the tawakal obtained is normal because Shapiro-Wilk p shows a result of 0.496 with p greater than 0.005. So the data is considered valid. In terms of skewness, it is known that the tawakal obtained shows normal because it obtained a score of 1.69 with data distribution tail to the left and is between Z 1.96. Tawakal shows normal because it obtained a score of minus 0.772 with data distribution skew to the right and is between 1.96. Furthermore, when viewed based on kurtosis, academic stress shows normal because it obtained a score of 1.935 with a tapered data distribution and is between Z 1.96. Tawakal shows normal because it obtained a score of minus 0.772 with a sloping data distribution and is between Z 1.96. Next. The linearity test, based on the graph above, the pattern form does not show a curve. Then the variable of tawakal and academic stress are linear. It means that one of the assumptions for the regression test has been fulfilled. Next. The hypothesis testing. Researchers use the Jamovi program version 2.3 for hypothesis testing. The results of the hypothesis test in this study are, from the data above, it is known that there is a significant negative relationship between tawakal and academic stress. This is seen in the correlation coefficient R equal to minus 0.468 with a significance of P equal to 0.018. P is less than 0.05. The data shows that the higher the tawakal owned by students, the lower they perceive academic stress. The data present shows that the hypothesis in the study can be accepted. Okay, next there is the conclusion that will be presented by Salwa Raisa Adia Susanto.
Okay, next, the conclusion. Based on the research result and other research support in this report, it can be concluded that there is a significant negative correlation between tawakal and academic stress in students. So the result given are that the higher the tawakal, the lower the academic stress felt by students. The lower the tawakal, the higher the academic stress experience. The influence of tawakal on academic stress can be said to experience by almost all subjects who fill out the questionnaire. Next. The suggestion. There are several suggestions that we will convey. For the first, for students, increase the trust in Allah, keep changing yourself for the better, and keeping getting closer to Allah. And the second, to university, can providing education via online platforms about academic stress, pay more attention to the form of student escape when experiencing academic stress, and providing counseling to students who experience academic stress by providing advice on approaching Allah. And the last, for the next researchers, we hope the future researchers can provide large questionnaire in wider environment and provide additional data presentation that previous research.
Okay, thank you. That's all from our presentation. Is there any question?
Okay, if you have any question for group B2, please send your question in the chat box. Okay, if there are no question, I would like to personally ask some question for group B2. What obstacle did you experience during this research?
Okay, I would like to answer the question. The obstacle that we feel for this research is when the data processing, because we only have 25 subjects. When we process the data, there is the invalid variables because of the less of the subject. We need to increase more subjects for the next research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answering my question. Thank you for group B2. Please give applause reaction to group B2. Thank you. And the next, please welcome to our next presenter for Riphah International University. Is the presenter here? Mohon izin Pak Sus, ini untuk dari IAUM maupun Riphah University masih belum ada dalam breakout room.
Atau di breakout room lain ya?
Baik Bapak, coba saya komunikasikan ke moderator di breakout room lain sebentar ya.
Ya.
Bapak mohon izin info dari moderator 2, ada dari Riphah, hanya ada 1 presenter, dan IUM di moderator ke breakout room 3. Untuk di breakout room 1 ini, sudah dibantu pengecekan juga tidak ada dari mahasiswa IUM maupun Riphah.
Ya, tadi presentasi di tempat masing-masing saja, di breakout room masing-masing saja.
Baik, Bapak.
Kalau desain semula itu kelas G itu, yang G Psikolog Islam akan presentasi di sini atau di breakout room 4 ya, Mbak Mega?
Iya, Bapak.
Yang dari kelas Psikologi Islam di organisasi itu, desainnya presentasi di breakout
kelas
room 4 atau di sini ya?
Psikologi Islam organisasi, kode kelasnya apa ya,
G,
Bapak?
G1.
Oh, kelas G di moderator 4, breakout
4
room
ya,
4, tapi
breakout room
udah
4 ya.
selesai.
Oh ya.
Iya, sudah selesai, Bapak, tapi udah di-move ke breakout room 1.
Oh, karena udah selesai terus pindah ke breakout room 1 ya.
Iya, betul, Bapak. Baik, Bapak dan teman-teman semua, mungkin karena di session ini sudah selesai, boleh balik ke main room, kemudian nanti di sana ada presensi untuk yang mata kuliah Psikologi Islam, Psikologi Islam, bisa presentasi melalui Google Form yang akan di-share melalui tautan di main room.
Untuk kelas Psikologi Islam di organisasi sudah saya present, saya anggap semuanya masuk hari ini.
Baik, Bapak, untuk kelas Psikologi Islam organisasi juga sudah dibantu absen oleh Pak Sus.
Terima kasih.
Baik, cukup sekian dari saya selaku moderator. Mohon maaf apabila selama membimbing jalannya acara terdapat kesalahan. Terima kasih juga atas semua presenter yang sudah melakukan presentasi pada hari ini. Semoga kita dapat sama-sama mendapatkan ilmu dan barokahnya. Mungkin sekian dari saya. Nuhun wal qalami wa mayasturun. Fastabiqul khairat. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kita kembali ke ruang main room ya, Mbak Mika?
Betul, Bapak.
Oke, mari kita kembali ke main room.
Terima kasih, teman-teman.
Can adding something.
For group F2, your time is up. Please, thank you for your answer. And we'll move to another presentation. Okay. Okay. Our next presenter is Ms. Maimuna Mohammed from Riphah University.
Yes, hello. Thank you, moderator. Please, can you play my slides?
Science is yours.
Yes. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, clear.
Thank you. This is Maimuna Mohammed from Lahore, Pakistan. I'm a clinical psychologist and I have worked on Surah Rahman, in which I have investigated the effectiveness of Surah Rahman on agoraphobia under the supervision of Dr. Sharmeen Ijaz. Please move to the next slide. So the basic abstract of this study was we wanted to investigate the potential effectiveness of Surah Rahman. The hypothesis positive impact of Surah Rahman on individual with agoraphobia. The 10 female participants with an age range of 18 to 25 were selected through purposive sampling technique, with 5 in an experimental group to Surah Rahman exposed and 5 in a control group to which Surah Rahman was not played. Conducted in Lahore within a clinical setting, the study assessed agoraphobia severity using standardized measure. Okay, so following the Surah Rahman recitation as an intervention, participants rated their experience. Post-intervention assessment after 7 days, use severity measure for agoraphobia, and adult and subjective evaluation with statistical analysis, man-Whitney U test.
was used to compare the treatment within the experiment group and the control group. So the results showed significantly reduced agoraphobia symptoms in the treatment group, and participants reported decreased anxiety, anticipatory fear, and increased relaxation post-therapy, along with improved coping mechanism and reduced physiological responses during agoraphobic situation. Can you please move to the next slide? This is the introduction about the Surah Rahman and how the previous researchers have conducted Surah Rahman and used it as an intervention in different studies and different researches. Please move to the next slide. I want to concentrate more on the methodology and the results. Please move to the next slide. This is a literature review. International researches were conducted with the Surah Rahman, but indigenous researches in which from Pakistan, 3 of the main researchers worked with Surah Rahman, in which one has worked with the depression, other has worked under a woman undergoing paralysis treatment, and I have investigated another research on autistic clients and their parents. And inquired the effects of Surah Rahman on autistic clients and their parents. Please move to the next slide. So the method include, the study was divided into 3 phases to assess the effectiveness of Surah Rahman on patients with agoraphobia. The first phase included pre-assessment of agoraphobia symptoms and severity level. Second phase included implementation of the intervention plan, and third phase included post-assessment of agoraphobia symptoms and severity to determine the effects of Surah Rahman on patients with agoraphobia. So the sample included 10 females out of 15 diagnosed with agoraphobia was selected, and participants were non-randomly assigned to the experimental and control group. The study used a quasi-experimental research design with a pre-test, post-test control group. Participants were matched on age, gender, marital status, and had the total score ranging from 21 to 35 on the scale of severity measure for agoraphobia. Please move to the next slide. Thank you. So the inclusion criteria included participants with an age of 18 to 25 and those who were diagnosed with agoraphobia disorder. Female participants and educated participants were included. Exclusion included the participant with comorbid disorder, any other disorder along with agoraphobia. They were not included in the research. And individual with special needs or men and children were not included. Please move to the next slide. So the method included pre-assessment, in which the pre-assessment was conducted to evaluate the symptoms prior to the intervention, so that we can assess more accurately about the decrease in their severity. And severity measure for agoraphobia SMA was used for this evaluation. Subjective rating of symptoms was gathered from both control and experimental group. So the assessment measure included consent form from the participant, their demographic sheet, and SMA assessment tool, which included 10-item measure with a 5 response criteria. And the score ranges from 0 to 40. Higher score indicated higher severity, and the reliability of the scale was confirmed with a Cronbach alpha of 0.88. Statistical analysis was used in this research was Mann-Whitney U-test. Please move to the next slide. So the intervention plan included participants in the experimental group were advised to listen to Surah Rahman recitation by Qari Abdul Basit 3 times a day for 7 days, combined with the consumption of water and a meditation session. Subjective rating was taken before and after the intervention. Psychoeducation was provided to the participants. Meditation, which included they were told to close their eyes while the recitation is played by Qari Abdul Basit. And after the recitation is over, they have to say Allah thrice in their heart and drink water, and afterwards open their eyes. Behavioral observation was also documented to capture their action, reaction, and interaction through the intervention. So the procedure, as I have discussed above, they were told to listen to it for 7 days, thrice a day for 7 consecutive days. And after listening to the recitation of Qari Abdul Basit, it includes 21 minutes recitation. And after a recitation, they were advised to say Allah thrice in their heart, forgive everyone, and drink water afterwards. Data collection was conducted using subjective rating scales and the agoraphobia scale. So the phase 3, which is the last phase, post-assessment. SMA and subjective rating were used to measure symptom severity, as I have discussed before, to measure their severity and personal perception of changes. Please move to the next slide. So this was the result, pre and post assessment of experimental and control group. As you can see, there is a huge decline. Can you please move to the next slide so that I can explain clearly? So pre-intervention subjective rating showed that there was no decrease in the severity, but after post-intervention of Surah Rahman, subjective rating showed that there is a decrease in the their subjective rating. Their personal perception was taken over the subjective rating. Please move to the next slide. So discussion included that, as we all know, being a psychology student, that agoraphobia significantly impact individuals' quality of life, because it falls under the anxiety disorder, and it can cause physical isolation and emotional distress. So we were aimed to study the effectiveness of Surah Rahman as a therapeutic intervention for agoraphobia. And the intervention include this procedure, and the results align with previous research indicate that the benefits of spiritual intervention in reducing anxiety and improving mental health outcomes. The study suggests that Surah Rahman can be an effective therapeutic tool for individuals with agoraphobia, promoting relaxation, reducing fear, and enhancing coping strategies. Please move to the next slide. So conclusion of this study was that these findings suggest that Surah Rahman could be a promising adjunctive therapy for agoraphobia, bridging spirituality and mental health for enhanced well-being. Please move to this next slide. Limitation was, we had few limitations in which the sample size was very small, considering a number of participants only 10, which reduced generalizability and statistical power of findings. Short-term follow-up was it contained only 1 month duration due to limited generalizability. Finding may have limited applicability beyond the specific agoraphobia population studied. An inherent limitation of this study is the exclusive inclusion of women. The experiences, responses, and potential benefits observed among women might not necessarily extend to men. Thus, the finding might lack external validity beyond the female participant group. Recommendation for future research of Surah Rahman. In future research, we can compare intervention outcomes among different severity groups to assess effectiveness, implement extended follow-up assessment post-intervention, and conduct longitudinal study over months or years on agoraphobia. Please move to the next slide. So the findings, implication, it can be used in the seminars, and research can be conducted on other mental and physical disorders. Research may contribute to a broader understanding of mental health by acknowledging the interplay of spirituality, faith, and psychological well-being. If Surah Rahman proves beneficial, it might contribute to reducing stigma around faith-based practices and mental health care, encouraging open discussion about the intersection of spirituality and mental well-being. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat box, because I might not be able to understand over this voice.
Okay, for another participant, if you have question, please drop your question on chat box.
And definitely we concluded as necessary and effective mental health and Yes, it is considered as a very effective therapy for conditions such as depression and anxiety and other neurological disorders. And as I have conducted another research on autism, and it showed, the result showed that it has a very significant impact on the individuals suffering from any mental or physical ailment. So yes, it is very effective. And why not? I don't have answer to this question, because I believe Quran his Quran is proved to be beneficial for all the mankind, not just Muslims. So I believe that is why even other international universities in America, they are also conducting research over this Surah Rahman, that why it has different effect and different results on the mechanisms of a human being, and they have concluded that it has impacted neurotransmitters and mental well-being in a very positive way.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
No problem.
If another has question, please write your question in chat box. Maybe I have a question. You can
Yes.
sorry. I'll write on chat box.
What are the obstacles that is Yes, it is a very interesting question, I would say, because the obstacles that we have experienced during this research was being a clinical psychologist, every participant, first of all, their reaction was not normal because they thought that I would give them some other related to the medical science field treatment that falls under the psychology treatment. But upon listening to this faith based, spiritual based healing, or you can say Quran based healing, they were surprised at first. And out of 15, as I have mentioned, we were only able to gather 10 participants. So you can see that many people, even being a Muslim, they are reluctant to apply any spiritual or Quran based healing because they think that we have a very firm belief in the you can say medical science, and being a Muslim, we have gone too far from this Islamic teachings or preachings. So they were reluctant. First of all, as I was not able to conduct this research on 15, I was only able to conduct on 10 participants because they were agreed. Secondly, it was very hard to find agoraphobia patients from clinic settings because many of them, they don't think that this is a disorder and it does not fall under any psychological problem because they think that this is normal, or maybe they need being a female, they need some assistance or requirement going outside or living in a enclosed space. So this was another obstacle that we have experienced. Third obstacle that I have mentioned already, we couldn't find any children or men under this disorder. There were no agoraphobia men were found in any clinical setting. Their data was not recovered. They had no data regarding male complaining about agoraphobia symptoms. So we didn't have any male in the research because of the you can say we couldn't find any male that registered under this clinical setting who had ever complained about agoraphobia symptoms.
Okay, thank you for your answer. It's time's up. So please give applause reaction to Maimuna Mohammed. Thank you for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much, moderator. You have been very kind throughout the session. I kept bugging you because I have to reach my clinic. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Before we come back to in room, I'll give you a message. Please don't forget to present. Okay, you can open this link for presentation. Okay, before you, if you both of you on your team, please don't forget to present. Untuk presensinya bisa diisi masing-masing anggota tim. And after that, we have a break time to pray and get lunch. And after that, we can come back in main room to continue our schedule in the next session. And we can break time right now, and we can leave to the main room. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
In other contexts, in a different country per se. So in terms of one of the earlier explorations of this is a study by Locke, Hutchinson, Hector in 2005, where they just essentially study the holistic experience of student leaders. They don't use necessarily the word challenges. They use negative experiences. So in terms of hard work and community pressure from Collier and Roche, there would be internal conflicts or inconsistencies, I think, in terms of cognitive dissonance that they have. From Mitra in India, there will be challenges of members' negligence, anger issues, and lack of interest. And from Atienza, there would be emotional exhaustion, lack of cooperation, and diminished personal achievement, which leads to other issues such as academic burnout. In terms of coping mechanisms, again, research on coping mechanisms of student leaders specifically have been fairly limited. These are mostly coping methods by general students in general, no matter their roles in that specific university. So in terms of, I would say to categorize this is mostly in terms of problem solving and problem-focused coping mechanisms and emotion-focused coping mechanisms. In terms of problem focus, there will be time management, social support, positive reappraisal. In terms of emotional focus, it will be leisure activities, social support, and whatnot. And in terms of another important thing that justifies this research furthermore is is noted by Cheng in 2014, in which that he said that coping mechanisms are more or less context specific. So the more specific that context is, the coping mechanisms that the population or the sample uses would be quite specific as well. So the gaps, again, there are significant lack of studies found on the challenges of student leaders and their coping mechanisms, firstly in the Malaysian context, and as well as taking into account the recent establishments of the student unions, as well as the COVID-19 pandemic. So again, the study is a qualitative approach because we want to delve into and explore the in-depth perceptions among Malaysian student leaders on the challenges that they face, as well as the coping mechanisms they use. So the method is chosen because it allows for more deeper understanding of their experiences, their specific experiences, and allows for us to describe more specifically in their own words, I would say, what they feel when they become student leaders. So in terms of sampling, we use a purposive sampling method because there are criteria that need to be met. Number one, the student leader have to go through, or at least currently going through, at least a year of student leadership experience within the past 3 years. So in this case, probably 3 years since I graduated. And then secondly is a Malaysian student because it is a Malaysian specific study. So in terms of sampling, 7 student leaders were chosen, right, ranging from 20 to 24 years old. They had at least 1 year of student leadership experience, either in managing student unions, student representative councils, residential hostel societies, or faculty level societies. They come from public or private universities in Malaysia with various years of experience in that leadership role. All right. In terms of instruments, we employ a semi-structured interviews because it is a qualitative research, and the main questions focus on the research questions itself. So the main questions would be the challenges that the Malaysian student leaders encounter, as well as the coping mechanisms throughout their leadership experience. So and then it is supplemented by further probing questions depending on the responses of the participants. So, and after the interview and the data, it is subjected to thematic analysis and the 6-step process by Brown and Clark. In terms of familiarization of the data first, we generate the codes. In my case, I use the software NVivo. We combine the codes into themes, review the themes back, and determine the significance of each themes, and perhaps even broaden them up and report the findings. So result, there are 4 overarching themes with 10 sub-themes for challenges and 2 overarching themes with 8 sub-themes for coping mechanisms. So the results are for challenges faced by Malaysian student leaders are in this table. So let's dive into the first main theme, will be challenges pertaining to their leadership responsibilities. One of which is time and task management struggles. It's quite unanimous in the sample that whenever we ask regarding challenges that they face, would be time and task management because of their overwhelming responsibilities that I mentioned, the more diverse responsibilities, especially in this age, especially in response to that COVID-19 pandemic, they really could not balance the time for their studies and being student leaders. They find it to be quite a struggle. And secondly, is in terms of insufficient organizational knowledge, sometimes within themselves and sometimes within their members. So, and a very interesting observation here is in terms of that manifestation and the reason for that manifestation. Or one of the participants, for example, participant B, stated that the post-pandemic students that come into the degree start feeling like they're not really suitable for that job, for the leadership experience in a physical setting, because they do not have the experience, perhaps in matriculation, perhaps in foundational studies. Pre-university experience was mostly online. So they had to readjust. They had to have a readjustment period, which leads to the third sub-theme would be unreadiness to adapt to change. COVID-19 fundamentally introduced a lot of change. And after the pandemic, it feels like for them, they had to restart every single aspect of their life, including leadership as well as communication, and requires a bit of a readjustment period. And this is noted to be a novel challenge in the study. Particularly in terms of the challenges pertaining to personal well-being and resilience, of course, there are some who, because of that time management issue, they experience work-life balance issues. So when they choose to prioritize society activities, for example, one of the participants feel burdened, and specifically mentioning like when they're at home and they're trying to cater to the family and then duty calls, they kind of feel bad for doing that. So it creates a bit of dissonance, I would say, in their cognition. And sometimes they don't even take breakfast because of the issues that they face and the responsibilities that they bear. And in terms of emotional issues, one of the participants noted specifically because that she's a female student leader, a woman student leader, that she cannot really express her emotions that well in that specific position. So that may be grounds for another future research in the future. And then as mentioned from the previous sub-themes, emotional issues can arise from those other challenges as well. And in terms of challenges pertaining to communication and collaboration, there's organizational communication breakdown because of, and this is fairly common even in prior research, but it manifests differently in a post-pandemic setting. So for example, when we are in the pandemic and after the pandemic, we rely a lot more on Zoom meetings like this one, for example. We rely more on Google Meets or WhatsApp messages to communicate with our members to coordinate the events and whatnot. So sometimes it disrupts that communication background. One of the participants noted that it's very hard to keep everyone aligned. And so it's very difficult to navigate that setting with a very heavy emphasis on an online discussion platforms. And number two is in terms of diversity conflicts. This is one of the participants noted it's mostly a Malaysian issue. I would say they would say because we come from we are a cultural melting pot with the primary ethnic groups or racial groups in Malaysia would be Malays, Chinese, Indians, and then a lot of the races. Because of that diversity, they can create a barrier for them to communicate from people with various different backgrounds. So that is noted as a barrier for communication and can cause some conflicts, as mentioned by some of the participants. And lastly, in terms of for this theme of communication, is in terms of communicating that stakeholder expectation, collaborating with other stakeholders, particularly in administrative staff or advisors. So for an example noted by participant E here that you can see, Sometimes the administrative staff has a different vision for student societies that does not really necessarily align with what they wanted to do. So it causes a bit more stress on their part because they were elected, most of, at least in the context of IIUM, they were elected, or other universities, they were elected by the students. So sometimes when they have to heed the demands of other stakeholders, mainly the staff members who did not vote for them, mind you, they feel that it creates some dissonance in their service, and it creates a barrier for them to collaborate with that stakeholder because of those expectations. And lastly, in terms of organizational operations, again, this is fairly new, especially with regards to the student union context, being an NGO that have to be, partially financially independent to create programs. Because it's still in the infancy stage, they have to rely on the university still. So sometimes the funding is not actually enough for them to conduct programs, and they feel as though that's a challenge for them in trying to be a student leader. So they don't have that financial power to realize what they have set out to do. And lastly, in terms of low participation, because again for the pandemic, and being that there's always an online option for events, some of the participants noted that as an issue, because there's a dilemma whether you want to focus solely on a physical event where you can be more engaging, or an online event where you can reach a lot more students, for example. So there's a dilemma over there as well. And one of the issues of participation is also in terms of the organization itself. After the pandemic, they're still very much struggling with having more members, recruiting more members to sustain that organization. So those are the challenges that we found. In terms of the coping mechanisms, there are two sub-themes. This is there's two sub-themes that are categorized into emotion-focused coping and problem-focused coping. Firstly, is in terms of emotion-focused coping, they use a lot of social support and solidarity, and they meet with other student leaders and try to buffer their stress by discussing with each other. And they go for leisure activities, for example. They go get some food, they go cafe hunting, and then they spend time with their friends. And thirdly, is a heavier, for this particular research, is actually a heavier emphasis on religious coping in terms of prayer and meditation. Participant B noted gratefulness to have community around her that makes sure that her purpose in the spiritual aspect is fulfilled. And another participant noted that even other races, from people from other religions, rely on their God, and student leaders from other ethnic groups rely on their God to get through, as mentioned by participant C. And the second way that they try to cope is in terms of problem-focused coping. So number one, to deal with the time management issue, they use a scheduling app in their phone. They also, secondly, they try to seek more knowledge, or at least teach the knowledge that they have to their members and themselves. So they read books to help them reflect on issues that they face, and they brush up their own negotiation skills when dealing with administrative staff to be more diplomatic. One of the participants took their time to learn and how to teach her members on organizational communication, like what are the SOPs of that particular organization, and so on and so forth. And then thirdly is in terms of thorough discussions and negotiations. So sometimes when discussing diversity conflicts, for example, they had to sit down and try to have a session to dive deep into what makes them them, or what makes us us. So they share about each other, and they help understand each other better. And one participant also elaborated how he had to slow talk with the staff administration to negotiate a more of a middle ground solution, and through thorough negotiations. So in terms of discussion, in just general overview of the...
Sorry, Faris.
Sorry,
Yeah, could you just deliver your conclusion because I'm so
Right, sure,
sorry,
sure.
I have no time.
So, in terms of conclusion, all right. So, in terms of the implications of this study, from what we found from the challenges and coping mechanisms, of course, it could help with more targeted training programs, could help with interventions and creating more support services. And in terms of research, it could contribute to theoretical and empirical knowledge and creates more basis for future future research that can be more quantitative in nature. And some possible limitations because of in terms of participant diversity, it's currently in a predominantly Malay ethnicity. If this needs to be published, then I have to aim for more racially and ethnically diverse sample. But then again, the sample size is quite relatively small because due to time constraints, and future research need to create a more larger sample size, even despite it being a qualitative research. Number three is because it's a qualitative research, it could be subject to interpretation bias and judgment of researcher and participants. So a way to mitigate that, of course, is through peer review. And in terms of generalizability, of course, this research is not aimed at universal applicability. It's not aimed to be generalizable, as it essentially aims to provide more valuable insights into this specific Malaysian student leadership experience. So future research can explore similar phenomena in different contexts for holistic understanding. With that, thank you for your attention. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give applause for Faris and for all of the presenters today. So thank you for your participation and your great and interesting paper that you present. And I would like to thank you to Mrs. Wanadia and Mr. Haris. Don't hesitate for all of the presenter to contact each other in the participant list if you have any additional question. And after this, you will have a break time, and on 1 p.m. you can join the second session. It's about international seminar. And I think that's all for me. If I have any mistake, I beg your pardon. I'm Helen. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Thank you for all participant and presenter.
As an excellent global Islamic campus, the Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences at Universitas Islam Indonesia is committed to becoming a center for education, research, community service, and da'wah in the fields of psychology and socioculture, both in national and international scales. As a renowned faculty at Universitas Islam Indonesia, the Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences will provide you with an information technology-based learning experience that cultivates a culture of ingenuity, creativity, and innovative thinking revolving around Islamic values. The Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences will lead you to prepare yourself to become a future leader through 4 study programs with the highest level of excellence. The Department of Psychology at Universitas Islam Indonesia is one of the best psychology departments in Indonesia. This department is continually committed to innovating and developing educational and scientific psychology based on Islamic values. With international accreditation and various academic programs conducted on the international scale, this department will help you shape your dream to develop a professional career in various fields of psychology by still holding on the noble values of Islam. The Communication Science Study Program ensures that you will get innumerable opportunities to work and contribute with a spirit of empowerment through adequate facilities and supporting programs under the current advancement. Communication Science Study Program will equip you with creativity, problem-solving skills, a sense of adaptability, Communication science also has international programs that unfold numerous opportunities for you to have a career in the international realm. English language education study program equips you as an educator, cross-cultural competence, global insight, and digital skills. Through international teaching practice and other international mobility programs, you can progressively travel the world and progressively explore culture and knowledge. Here, you can contribute by being a teacher and practitioners of language, culture, media, and technology. The International Relations Study Program allows you to become an actor in international diplomacy, empowerment, and the economy with integrity and global competitiveness. Supported by various global mobility programs, you will be able to become part of a global citizen through expert lecture programs, student exchange, and career assistance. Our international program will further strengthen your step in achieving your dream of working at the international level. As an excellent global Islamic campus, the Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences at Universitas Islam Indonesia is committed to becoming a center for education, research, community service, and da'wah in the fields of psychology and socioculture, both in national and international scales. As a renowned faculty at Universitas Islam Indonesia, the Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences will provide you with an information technology-based learning experience that cultivates a culture of ingenuity, creativity, and innovative thinking revolving around Islamic values. The Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences will lead you to prepare yourself to become a future leader through 4 study programs with the highest level of excellence. The Department of Psychology at Universitas Islam Indonesia is one of the best psychology departments in Indonesia. This department is continually committed to innovating and developing educational and scientific psychology based on Islamic values. With international accreditation and various academic programs conducted on the international scale, this department will help you shape your dream to develop a professional career in various fields of psychology by still holding on the noble values of Islam. The Communication Science Study Program ensures that you will get innumerable opportunities to work and contribute with a spirit of empowerment through adequate facilities and supporting programs under the current advancement. Communication Science Study Program will equip you with creativity, problem-solving skills, and competence of adaptability. Communication Science also has international programs that unfold numerous opportunities for you to have a career in the international realm. English Language Education Study Program equips you with capabilities as an educator, cross-cultural competence, global insight, and digital skills. Through international teaching practice and other international mobility programs, you can progressively travel the world and progressively explore culture and knowledge. You can contribute by being a teacher and practitioners of language, culture, media, and technology. The International Relations Study Program allows you to become an actor in international diplomacy, empowerment, and the economy with integrity and global competitiveness. Supported by various global mobility programs, you will be able to become part of a global citizen through expert lecture programs, student exchange, and career assistance. Our international program As an excellent global Islamic campus, the Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences at Universitas Islam Indonesia is committed to becoming a center for education, research, community service, and da'wah in the fields of psychology and socioculture, both in national and international scales. As a renowned faculty at Universitas Islam Indonesia, the Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences will provide you with an information technology-based learning experience that cultivates a culture of ingenuity, creativity, and innovative thinking revolving around Islamic values. The Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences will lead you to prepare yourself to become a future leader through 4 study programs with the highest level of excellence. The Department of Psychology at Universitas Islam Indonesia is one of the best psychology departments in Indonesia. This department is continually committed to innovating and developing educational and scientific psychology based on Islamic values. With international accreditation and various academic programs conducted on the international scale, this department will help you shape your dream to develop a professional career in various fields of psychology by still holding on the noble values of Islam. The Communication Science Study Program ensures that you will get opportunity with empowerment through adequate facilities and supporting programs under the current advancement. Communication Science Study Program will equip you with creativity, problem-solving skills, and competence of adaptability. Communication Science also has international programs that unfold numerous opportunities for you to have a career in the international realm. English Language Education Study Program equips you with capabilities as an educator, cross-cultural competence, global insight, and digital skills. Through international teaching practice and other international mobility programs, you can progressively travel the world and progressively explore culture and knowledge. Here, you can contribute by being a teacher and practitioners of language, culture, media, and technology. The International Relations Study Program allows you to become an actor in international diplomacy, empowerment, and the economy with integrity and global competitiveness. Supported by various global mobility programs, you will be able to become part of a global citizen through expert lecture programs, student exchange, and career assistance. Our international program will further strengthen your step in achieving your dream of working at the As an excellent global Islamic campus, the Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences at Universitas Islam Indonesia is committed to becoming a center for education, research, community service, and da'wah in the fields of psychology and socioculture, both in national and international scales. As a renowned faculty at Universitas Islam Indonesia, the Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences will provide you with an information technology-based learning experience that cultivates a culture of ingenuity, creativity, and innovative thinking revolving around Islamic values. The Faculty of Psychology and Sociocultural Sciences will lead you to prepare yourself to become a future leader through 4 study programs with the highest level of excellence. The Department of Psychology at Universitas Islam Indonesia is one of the best psychology departments in Indonesia. This department is continually committed to innovating and developing educational and scientific psychology based on Islamic values. with international accreditation and various academic programs conducted on the international scale. This department will help you shape your dream to develop a professional career in various fields of psychology by still holding on the noble values of Islam. The Communication Science Study Program ensures that you will get innumerable opportunities to work and contribute with a spirit of empowerment through adequate facilities and supporting programs under the current advancement. Communication Science Study Program will equip activity-solving skills and competence of adaptability. Communication Science also has international programs that unfold numerous opportunities for you to have a career in the international realm. English Language Education Study Program equips you with capabilities as an educator, cross-cultural competence, global insight, and digital skills. Through international teaching practice and other international mobility programs, you can progressively travel the world and progressively explore culture and knowledge. Here, you can contribute by being a teacher and practitioners of language, culture, media, and technology. The International Relations Study Program allows you to become an actor in international diplomacy, empowerment, and the economy with integrity and global competitiveness. Supported by various global mobility programs, you will be able to become part of a global citizen through expert lecture programs, student exchange, and career assistance. Our international program will further strengthen your step in achievement. As an excellent global Islamic campus, the Faculty of Psychology and Socio-Cultural Sciences at Universitas Islam Indonesia is committed to becoming a center for education, research, community service, and da'wah in the fields of psychology and socioculture, both in national and international scales. As a renowned faculty at Universitas Islam Indonesia, the Faculty of Psychology and Socio-Cultural Sciences will provide you with an information technology-based learning experience that cultivates a culture of ingenuity, creativity, and innovative thinking revolving around Islamic values. The Faculty of Psychology and Socio-Cultural Sciences will lead you to prepare yourself to become a future leader through 4 study programs with the highest levels. The Department of Psychology at Universitas Islam Indonesia is one of the best psychology departments in Indonesia. This department is continually committed to innovating and developing educational and scientific psychology based on Islamic values. With international accreditation and various academic programs conducted on the international scale, this department will help you shape your dream to develop a professional career in various fields of psychology by still holding on the noble values of Islam. The Communication Science Study Program ensures that you will get innumerable opportunities to work and contribute with a spirit of empowerment through adequate facilities and supporting programs under the current advancement. Communication Science Study Program will equip you with creativity, problem-solving skills, and competence of adaptability. Communication Science also has international programs that unfold numerous opportunities for you to have a career in the international realm. English Language Education Study Program equips you with capabilities as an educator, cross-cultural competence, through international teaching practice and other international mobility programs, you can progressively travel the world and progressively explore culture and knowledge. Here, you can contribute by being a teacher and practitioners of language, culture, media, and technology. The International Relations Study Program allows you to become an actor in international diplomacy, empowerment, and the economy with integrity, and global competitiveness. Supported by various global mobility programs, you will be able to become part of a global citizen through expert lecture programs, student exchange, and career assistance. Our international program will further strengthen your step in achieving your dream of working at the international level.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yeah. Nice to meet you, Dr. Ruhaya.
Me too.
Assalamualaikum, Profesor Shamaila.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Profesor.
Warahmatullah.
Nice to meet you, Profesor Shamaila.
Same here. How are you? Congratulations for the conference. It's going good?
We still wait some participants to join, Professor and Doctor, and also Nita. Yeah. Please.
I'm here already.
For the.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum, Dr. Nita.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How are you today, Azira?
I'm still in the going back to Jogja. I'm still in the train going back to Jogja from Surabaya.
Yes. Have a nice trip.
So I'm sorry if my internet connection is not stable.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, we start again, guys. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Excellencies, distinguished guests and participants. Now we are going to move on to the next session. However, before we begin, I would like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology and Social Cultural Science, Mrs. Dr. Pil Quratul Uyun, S.Psi, M.Sc, Psikolog, to deliver the opening speech. Mrs. Quratul Uyun, time is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Nabila. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. First and foremost, let us praise and thank to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessings and mercy, allowing us to gather here today. Salawat as well as greetings to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Distinguished speakers, participants, students, and esteemed guests, brother and sister Ruhaya as head of undergraduate psychology study program and all our colleges, Department of Psychology UII. There is Pak Fuad, Pak Haris, Pak Sus, and all our colleges. With great pleasure and honor, I welcome you all for the 4th International Student Conference on Islamic Psychology 2024 with the theme Being Resilient in Times of Crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say greetings to our special speaker. The first one she is Prof. Shamaila Asad, my friend from Pakistan. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Shamaila. How are you?
Waalaikumsalam. I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. Nice to meet you again.
Same here.
Yeah. Prof. Shamaila Asad from Department of Clinical and Professional Psychology, Riphah International University. And the second one, she is Associate Professor Dr. Ruhaya Hussin. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Doctor.
Yeah, she is from Department of Psychology, International Islamic University, Malaysia. And the third one, Mr. Arnold Yasin, Ph.D. candidate. He is lecturer in Faculty of Islamic University of Applied Sciences, Rotterdam, and director of Research Institute at IUASR, lecturer in Institute for Philosophy, Leiden University, Netherlands. But he didn't here today because he was on this flight to Turkey, ya Bu Hazira. And he have sent a video recording for seminar today. And last but not least, Dr. Nita Trimulyaningsih, Bu Nita, Assalamualaikum. Terima kasih.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you. Terima kasih juga.
Yeah, she is from Psychology Department of Psychology. Yeah. Okay. And let me say greetings also to our moderator, Bu Nita. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah. She is moderator who will facilitate the seminar today. Yeah. Bu Libbie, Annatagia, thank you very much. Yeah, brother and sister, I'm delighted and honored to deliver this in the opening remarks at this special event. This conference is not is a significant opportunity for us to explore, share, and enhance our understanding of Islamic psychology, especially in the context of resilience during crisis. The theme of this year's conference, Being Resilient in Times of Crisis, is exceptionally relevant in our current global situation. The world has faced numerous challenges recently, from the COVID-19 pandemic to economic downturns and social upheavals. These crises have tested our mental, emotional, and spiritual resilience. Islamic psychology provides unique insights and approaches to fostering resilience. It integrates spiritual and psychological perspectives, offering a holistic solution to cope with and thrive during challenging times. This conference aims to bridge theoretical knowledge with practical applications, helping us all to build stronger, more resilient communities. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for any inconveniences that may have occurred during this event. I would like to express my deepest gratitude for your invaluable support and attention throughout this conference. Yeah. Lastly, I would like to emphasize the utmost importance of praising and acknowledging Allah, as He is the source of all blessings, and no one of this would have been possible without His guidance. May Allah grant us His best assistance, and may this event be a means of increasing blessing and drawing closer to Him. Thank you again for your valuable participation, and I hope you enjoy this conference. I extend my wishes for the success of this conference and hope that it brings to you happiness. Your dedication and commitment to advancing the field of Islamic psychology are truly commendable. I hope that this conference will be a productive and enlightening experience for everyone involved. May we all gain valuable insights and form meaningful connections and contribute to the betterment of our societies through the wisdom of Islamic psychology. Thank you, and may Allah bless you all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Jazakumullah khairan, Mrs. Qurratul Uyun. May Allah bless us together. Amin. I did not realize we had arrived to our main session, the seminar session, with three excellent speakers. The three speakers are Prof. Shamaila Asad from Psikologi Universitas Islam Indonesia. Okay, let's start this session. Mrs. Libbie Annatagia, time and place is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Nabila. Can you hear my voice, Mbak Nabila?
Yes, of
Is
course.
it clear enough? Okay. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The honorable speakers, distinguished guests, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First and foremost, I would like to welcome everyone to this prestigious event, seminar, the 4th International Student Conference on Islamic Psychology, or ISCIP 2024. And this event is hosted by Department of Psychology, Universitas Islam Indonesia, for today's session. Thank you all for making time to join us today. And the title of today's topic is Being Resilient in Time of Crisis. My name is Libbie, and I will be in charge of today's session. And in this session, we will have outstanding presentation, inshallah, from our 4 speakers who will give us broader understanding and knowledge regarding Islamic psychology, inshallah. And we have 4 outstanding speakers today. And the first speaker is Professor Shamaila Asad from Department of Clinical and Professional Psychology, Riphah International University, Pakistan. How do you do, Professor Shamaila?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine. And looking forward for the beautiful session you are going to conduct, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you so much for joining us today. And our second speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Ruhaya Hussin from Department of Psychology, International Islamic University, Malaysia. How do you do, Professor Ruhaya Hussin?
Assalamualaikum. Alhamdulillah. Doing good and looking forward for the rest of the session.
Inshallah. You look so fresh today. Okay, and our third speaker is Arnold Yasin, Ph.D. candidate from Leiden, University, Center for the Study of Religion, Leiden University, Netherlands. But today, because of some reason, he's still in the flight, so he will give his presentation by recording. Okay, and last but not least, our fourth speaker is Dr. Nita Trimulyaningsih, M.A. as Psikolog from Department of Psychology, Universitas Islam Indonesia. Assalamualaikum, Bu Nita.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Ibu Libbie.
Yeah, hope you are doing good too.
Yes, I hope the well is you too.
Inshallah. Amin. And in today's session, ladies and gentlemen and fellow students, each speaker will have 30 minutes to present the topic. The topic is the same, being resilient in times of crisis. Each speaker will have 30 minutes to present the topic. And after all of the speakers finish their presentation, we will have a question and answer session, the discussion session. But after the speakers present the topic, yeah. So without any further ado, I will presentation is Professor Shamaila Asad from Department of Clinical and Professional Psychology, Riphah International University, Pakistan. And from her LinkedIn page, it is written that she is working as H.O.D, Riphah Institute of Clinical and Professional Psychology, Riphah International University in Lahore, Pakistan. Also, she is Vice Principal or Associate Professor, retired, Postgraduate Islamia College for Women, Cooper Road, Lahore. Associate Professor from 2016 to 2019. Also lecturer from 1986 to 2016. And without any further ado, we will listen to the presentation of Professor Shamaila Asad. 30 minutes, and the floor is yours, Professor Shamaila Asad.
Thank you. Are you sharing my presentation, or I have to share it?
You can share your presentation.
Oh, it will be difficult for me because
okay.
Let me.
Okay. Wait a minute.
If you have
okay, wait a minute. I think okay.
Yeah.
I think I also have your presentation, so
yes,
I can help you to share presentation. Wait a minute.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Is this your presentation?
Thank you, Jazakallah khair. Okay, when I will set next, then you have to move to the next slide, okay? Just so much.
My pleasure.
Oh, Jazakallah khair. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa ahlul uqdatum min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I want to thank you very much for inviting me in this prestigious conference as a speaker. It is a great opportunity for me also that I am with you in this conference. First of all, taking the opportunity of Islamic Psychology Conference, I would like to introduce the vision of Riphah International University, which is based on Riphah's 6 values. And those are Mushabara, Muhasba, Ijtamaiya, Rahma, Ittaqan, and Al-Khaira. We are doing efforts to promote these Islamic values in our students and staff also. In Riphah International University, we are offering almost 9 different programs of BS, MS, and PhD. And among them, the one is online advanced diploma in Islamic psychology and psychotherapy. And I would like to invite you to join this course. Okay, this is based on theoretical and practical knowledge of Islamic psychology and Islamic psychotherapy. It is for international students and it is an online diploma. Some more information I want to share with you regarding Riphah International University. We are pioneer in Pakistan to promoting Islamic psychology, alhamdulillah. And we are integrating Islamic psychology with conventional psychology and improving our curriculums accordingly. We cannot deny the fact that this is the beginning of promotion of Islamic psychology in Pakistan. There is a lot to explore and design different methodological processes. So through which we can or we could be able to excel in the field of Islamic psychology. Okay. Thank you for listening me about Riphah International University. Now come to the point and come to the topic of today's conference. My topic is resilience in the face of hardships. So first of all, we need to understand the concept of resilience, which you have a clear idea about that. All of us encounter hardships and unexpected challenges at any stage of our life. As we all know that resilience is an ability to build up our strengths to face challenges and hardships we encounter during our lives. Most of the people are unable to adopt this quality due to certain reasons, maybe lacking in a support system, unrealistic plans, their low self-esteem, their emotional irregulations, and these factors often lead to higher level of stress. So there is a need to adapt the circumstances, the environment, the hardships we are facing. We should face these hardships with by taking them as challenges. Okay, next. What happened due to hardships we experience previous slide. Due to hardships, previous slide, please. It was my fault that I said next. Okay. So due to hardships we experience, emotional symptoms like irritability, bad mood, anxiety, self-blaming, lack of motivation, low energy, which is also lead to cognitive dysfunctioning. And so resilience increase the vulnerability to stress and also affect our health. So the Holy Quran, the center of Islam, provides us substantial wisdom and assistance for Muslims facing a variety of issues. So, alhamdulillah, Allah gave this quality to human beings that they are able to encounter their hardships. In the Quran, Allah says not to give up and don't be worried. You all shall be victorious. So Allah likes those who are strong, who are optimistic, who stay calm and put efforts to resolve the problems, and they believe on Allah that He will give the rewards for their patience, their sabr. So there are some main factors or main concepts of Islamic resilience. If we adopt these things, then we will be able to encounter our hardships. So first of all, tawakkul. What is tawakkul? Tawakkul is reliance on God, reliance on Allah. Islam teach the importance of faith in Allah, being patient, hopefulness, be resilient, face difficulties with courage, and sabr, learn from past experiences, because we have to learn from past experiences. Allah expects from us that we have to learn from our experiences and to improve ourselves. Second is sabr, patience. What is patience? It is to rely on Allah, Allah's plans. What Allah is planning for us, we don't know. And obviously, it will be better for us. So, because He knows better what is good for us, so life of Prophet, we can have a very good example of Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him. Life of prophets, peace be upon him, is the best example. How? Throughout his life, he never gave up and continue his mission in the difficult timings, in spite of many hardships he encountered during the preaching of Islam. He never gave. So Allah expects from the Muslims to be patient in the situations of hardships. So next point is shukr, gratefulness. So gratefulness is very important, because expressing feelings of gratitude for the many blessings Allah has given us, we never we should never forget this, that this is the blessings of Allah. He have gave us so many things: health, wealth, kids, social support, things to eat, the good environment. There are so many things that we can give gratitude to Allah. So Allah expects from us that we should be grateful to Allah and the people also. If we are grateful to people and Allah, it will be give us a very a contentment and sabr and shukr. So next thing is community support, ummah. As we know, it's our duty to connect ourselves with Muslims. So community to support people during difficult timings, it is very important. If we are with them in their hardships, they will be with us in our hardships. So we should have a very good support system, and it will come by mutual understanding, supporting each other. So community support is very important. And in the Quran, Allah says, Allah states, and hold firmly to the rope of Allah all together and do not become divided. It is a very big message that Muslims should be united. They should be support for each other. The next point is dua. The Quran states, and seek, excuse me, and seek help through patience. Seek help from patience and prayers. And indeed, it is difficult, expect for the humbly submissive. So it emphasizes the importance of showing patience and doing prayers during the times of hardships. It is very important. The last is not the least, personal growth. It is because we are human beings and Allah gave us many capabilities. And sometimes we are not aware of what we have. we should explore ourselves. So self-awareness is very important for the personal growth. Allah gave us the potential to grow with gaining knowledge, learning from experiences, doing continuous efforts to achieve the righteous goals in our life. So it is, these are the concepts that we should keep in our mind, that these can be very helpful to us if we adopt these points, and we will be able to resilience when we have bad timings or hardships. So all these concepts of Islam enable us to cope with hardships. It should be our faith that all the hardships are from Allah. And Allah expects from us that in this time of assessment, we should be patient and we should have belief on Allah. So as believers, we should have a faith on Allah's plan for us. By trusting Allah, one can achieve success and overcome anxiety developed by facing challenges of life in this way. Next. So I'm sharing a case of my student, how I will be able to help her in the crisis which she faced. AD was a brilliant student of BS psychology and earning good grades in the class. I noticed that suddenly she started developing symptoms of depression, isolation, lack of interest in the studies and social activities, and gained weight and developed some health issues. During to decreased interest in education due to she got poor grades, and it was very very astonishing for me that why she is a very good student, why she's going like that. So I called her in my office and explored about her decreasing grades. So, and health issues and lack of interest in the studies and in the class. After 2 sessions, she spoke up about the crisis situation she was facing. Her fiancé, which was his cousin also, broke 5 years old engagement and got married with his class fellow. It was a joint family system. The both families were sharing the same house. It was very difficult for her to face this situation on daily basis, where her ex-fiancé and his wife were also living in the same house. Next, please. So I started counseling her on the following points and told her, he was not made for you. It's Allah's decision, accept it. And it was like a belief in Allah. And it was the extending session also. I can, it will be difficult to share the whole information here. I'm just sharing the points with you on which I worked. Allah has better plans for you. Tawakkal. We should rely on Allah, and we should consider this, that Allah has the best plans for us. Prove that He don't deserve you by doing something meaningful, like excel in your studies, identify a goal of your life and focus on it. So I try to help her on her personal growth. Okay, it may be a test from Allah, so be patient and have trust on Allah. So I taught her how to have sabr. Hope for the best, pray and seek help from Allah, dua. So these all points, and Alhamdulillah, the girl followed these things. She came to me many times, and in each session, I saw her change in her. Next. Okay, so she started working on the suggestions, and within 2 months, she gained back her position in the class. She recovered from the negative attitude, negative thoughts. She stand first in the university exams, and she done masters, and now she is working as a lecturer in a college. So it was a great achievement and very encouraging for me that through some righteous counseling, we can guide our clients on the right way. There is a small effort to do, which we should not spare the opportunity. We should not avoid this opportunity which Allah is giving us to help others. Next. Okay, this was the hardships are the test from Allah. There are some verses which you all know that I put just on this slide. You can read it, and then we will point to the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Another case, which is an example of resilience, and it is also very interesting. So I decided to share it with you in this forum that you can have an idea about what is resilience and how we can adopt it. People are there who are resilient. They are facing many crises, but they never left hope. They are struggling and they are doing their best to encounter their challenges. So my maid's husband is a driver, and previously she was not working anywhere and spending her life on husband's salary. Last year, they lost their son-in-law in a road accident. Her daughter is hardly 30 years old and has 4 children, and they were very small. Her youngest child was only of 6 months, which was on milk only. So my maid took their responsibility and started doing cleaning and washing clothes as a maid and sending money to fulfill grandchildren's needs. 6 months later, one more incident happened. Their son died due to electricity shock and left his widow and 3 children. My maid and her husband tolerated and faced both catastrophic events with patience, sabr, and considered it as a test from Allah. My maid started working in more than one house, and her husband engaged in overtime to get more money to help their orphan children. And they are grateful to Allah that they are able to protect them. This is the shukr. This is the shukr, which is beautiful. Alhamdulillah. And I salute that woman and that man that they are so resilient, and they know that it is a test from Allah, and we have to face it with courage and patience and sabr and shukr. Next slide. Okay, in Riphah, we are working on Islamic psychology projects. There are some projects we have recently completed, and our students are also shared their work with this conference. So there are some topics like religious practices among youth, effectiveness of understanding Surah Ad-Duha, a study with old home men with anxiety, religiosity, tolerance to uncertainty in daughter-in-laws, tolerance to uncertainty, fear of missing out, religious coping and sleep quality among early adults, efficacy of Surah Ad-Duha and cognitive behavior therapy, effectiveness of Surah Al-Rahman on agoraphobia, religiosity, mindfulness, and psychological distress in Pakistani women. There are more projects which are in process, And I will surely invite you for collaborative research, and we can see the cultural differences, and we can have some shared variables, and we can work on it, because it will be a very good initiative if we go for collaborative research. Next slide, please. So I am sharing the how many time I have, how much time. Okay. So I'm sharing one of my research with my student, which recently we have done with. That was effectiveness of understanding of Surat Ad-Duha. This study was done with the men who were living in old homes, and it was experimental study. So we planned it to explore their anxiety, and then with the understanding of Surah Ad-Duha, how it helped them to reduce their anxiety. So emotional distress can also emerge as a result of adjusting of life transitions, coping with losses, and facing uncertain about the future. These collective challenges can culminate in heightened level of anxiety as individuals navigate through the complex interplay of physical, cognitive, and emotional changes, while striving uphold their sense of self-worth, purpose, and quality of life. For these elderly men, the transition from their family homes to residential care facilities may exacerbate feeling of loneliness, social isolation, and sense of loss of independence, leading to heightened anxiety and symptoms. I don't know what is going on in your culture, but in our culture, this issue is being notifying that people are not accepted the old age of their parents, and they send them to old homes to live there, and they have and the men living in old homes have the feeling of loneliness. They don't have self-worth, they have no purpose of life now. So we worked on that. Next slide. So this experimental study was designed to explore the effectiveness of understanding Surah Ad-Duha. A sample of 36 men living in old homes and had anxiety issues were selected. The age range were 65 to 85. Their anxiety levels were measured by using geriatric anxiety scale, and men with anxiety were selected. Next slide, please. So this was the Surah Ad-Duha. Next slide. The procedure was a pre and post research design was used. Geriatric anxiety scale was translated into Urdu language by using M.Psi guidelines. After assessment, 36 men living in old homes having anxiety issues were selected for the study. They were divided into two groups, experimental group and control group. Next slide. So the allocation of participants into these groups was executed employing a randomized approach, ensuring the unbiased distribution of individuals meeting the predetermined inclusion criteria. The experimental group actively participated in a series of 6-week sessions dedicated to the attentive listening and understanding of Surah Ad-Duha. We don't rely only on listening Surah Ad-Duha. We try to have an to develop an understanding of the surah, its translation, its details, its scenario, its background, and its tafsir. We all share with them. The experimental group actively participated in a series of 6 weeks. Okay, so 12 sessions were conducted with the participants. Next. Okay, this was the research design, how we split the group into 2 groups, experimental group and control group. There was pre-assessment and then post-assessment, and we explored the differences that after listening and understanding how much anxiety is reduced. Next, please. So this was the schedule of the sessions, and 12 sessions were done with them. From the first session related to rapport building and having some communication with them, and then introducing Surah Ad-Duha, and then recitation of Surah Ad-Duha, and then some tafsir and the background. All the sessions are mentioned here. Next slide. So then we did pre and post analysis, and t-test was applied, and a major change in their anxiety was observed. It was previously their mean was 20.39, and now it was 15.50. So there was a significant difference in their anxiety levels. Next. So the conclusion, the effectiveness of understanding of Surah Ad-Duha provides a sense of comfort, hope, and peace to individuals during challenging times, including when dealing with anxiety especially. Reciting and understanding of Surah Ad-Duha showed a significant difference in the anxiety of experimental group, and their levels of anxiety lowered down with a short period of time. Surah Ad-Duha provided the understanding about what to do during the hard and challenging period of life they were spending. Actually, in Surah Ad-Duha, Allah is guiding us through this message, His message. Combining spiritual practices with evidence-based mental health care can lead to more comprehensive approach to managing anxiety and promoting overall well-being. Next, please. Okay. Islamic thinkers from various ages provides insight into the spiritual importance of Surah Ad-Duha. It acts as an expression of hope, ensuring relief during difficult circumstances. So modern scholars highlight the importance of grasping the surah's profound spiritual significance and seeking refuge in Quran throughout times of concern. So when we are in hardships, we are facing challenges, we should consult Quran, because we have refuge in Quran only, and it gave us a very soothing and guiding effect. Incorporating it, profound verses provide individuals with calm and assurance, knowing that troubles are temporary and that ease will follow adversities. In Islam, seeking relief in religion is a powerful way to overcome anxiety and find the courage to confront life's obstacles with strength and determined faith in Almighty Allah. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much for listening. It was a versatile presentation, because I was intended to share some personal experiences with you, which I have encountered, and I also observed them, and Alhamdulillah, I was able to do something for the people, and I supported them, and I saw very good results from that. Thank you very much. Thank you giving for me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Professor Shamaila, for your presentation. Dear fellow students, please give your appreciation to Professor Shamaila for her presentation. And I think it was a fruitful presentation. The researches that you were conducted about the Islamic psychology, Surah Ad-Duha, and many more is so insightful. Thank you so much for the insightful presentation. And okay, and now we will turn to our second speaker. Okay, I think I will read the curriculum vitae of our second speaker. Wait a minute, please. Okay. Our second speaker is Dr. Associate Professor Ruhaya. I will read her curriculum vitae. Okay. Associate Professor Ruhaya Hussin is an Associate Professor of Psychology at the International Islamic University Malaysia, or IIUM. Her previous affiliation include University Science Islam Malaysia and University Malaysia Terengganu. Before joining the academia, Ruhaya was in the field practicing counseling as a student counselor at UMT. And without any further ado, we will listen to her presentation, to Associate Professor Ruhaya Hussin presentation about coping in crisis, building up your resilience. So you have 30 minutes for your presentation, Professor Ruhaya, and the time is yours. Floor is yours. Please.
Thank you, Ibu Libbie. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good afternoon to the Dean, Dr. Quratul Uyun, Prof. Shamaila, Dr. Nita, Ibu Libbie, Ibu Hazira, and all academic members of the Faculty of Psychology and Socio-Cultural Sciences, Universitas Islam Indonesia. Thank you for inviting me to share my knowledge and thoughts on resilience during the times of crisis. Yeah. Before that, my area of expertise is basically in coping. Yeah, so what I am going to share today is focusing on coping and how do we cope can build up our resilience. Okay. Okay, so today we are going to look at what is crisis, understanding resilience, understanding coping, and I also would like to look to discuss a little bit on resilience and coping in Islam, in which we are going to look at some stories of our Prophet, and also I'm going to suggest some practical coping strategies to build resilience for Muslims. Okay, before I start my presentation, because I know it's an afternoon session, and everybody somehow we feel tired, we feel sleepy. So let's let's do an activity. I prepare an activity to all of you. You can scan the QR code and you can answer the question on Mentimeter. Okay, we shall do it maybe in 3 minutes.
Okay, fellow student, you can access the Menti at this website, please.
Yeah. Okay, let me share what do we get from our Mentimeter website, yeah? Can all of you see the responses on the Mentimeter website that I'm sharing?
Yeah, it's clear enough.
Okay, so if we look at the theme, yeah, that appears here, yeah, the most prominent theme that we can see are loneliness, anxiety, identity. Yeah, we also have economy, COVID-19, examination. Yes, so those are some of the prominent themes that we had. Yeah. Okay, let me stop sharing this and let me share again my presentation. So, Okay. So, if we look at the examples of crisis that our participants have shared just now, we can see various crises that everybody is having, everybody is experiencing. So, before going into detail, what are the crises? Let's look at how do American Psychological Association define crisis. In the APA Dictionary of Psychology, crisis is defined as a situation, for example, traumatic change, that produces significant cognitive or emotional stress in those involved in it. So we can see the example just now: anxiety, exam, failure, loneliness. So those are traumatic changes that you have experienced. And crisis can also be natural disaster like COVID-19, or exposure to racial injustice, depression, and even suicidal thoughts. So what are the symptoms of crisis? And normally when we can see that individuals starting to neglect their personal hygiene, for example, dramatic change in sleep habits such as sleeping more often or not sleeping well, weight gain or weight loss, decline in performance at work or school, pronounced changes in mood, such as irritability, anger, anxiety or sadness, and withdrawal from routine activities and relationships, such as what Prof. Shamaila had shared with us in the case study just now. Those are symptoms of crisis that we can see in individuals. Okay. So now we know what crisis is. So we are going to look into resilience and coping. Okay. Okay. First, let's look at what is resilience. When we talk about resilience, there are different definitions of resilience. Some scholars approach resilience through the process, and some regard resilience as the outcomes. And it is evident in the definition of resilience itself. APA defined resilience as process and outcome of successfully adapting to difficult or challenging life experiences, especially through mental, emotional, and behavioral flexibility and adjustment to external and internal demands. Meaning that if we are not experiencing challenging life experiences, it's not resilience yet. We have to face the challenging life experience first, the adversity first, and how do we adjust and face the adversity will make us resilient. And also another scholar, the early scholars who studied resilience, Maston, Bass, and Gamazi, they define resilience as a process of capacity for or outcome of successful adaptation despite challenging or threatening circumstances. Okay, so like I said before, some scholars view resilience as a process in which it is viewed as positive adaptation in circumstances where difficulties such as personal, familial, or environmental issues or challenges are so extreme, in which we would expect a person's cognitive or functional abilities to be impaired. So that is from the process approach. However, other scholars also look at resilience as the outcome, in which they look at it as a stable pattern of low distress over time. Okay. However, if we read research on resilience, nowadays, currently, most researchers encourage us to look at resilience as a process or process plus outcome, because it is ongoing. And what are the factors that make a person resilient to adversity? One is the ways in which individuals view and engage with the world, which is individual factor. Okay, and then specific coping strategies. Okay, and then the availability and quality of social resources. So in my presentation today, I would like to focus on specific coping strategies and also social support or resources that we have. Yeah. Okay. When we talk about resilience, yeah, we cannot run away from the work of Ghamezi. Yeah, he is one of the earliest scholars that who do research on resilience, and according to him, yeah, the protective factors of resilience include individual factors, familial factors, and also support factors. Okay, what do we mean by individual factors? Individual factors are reflective. Yeah, and it is in part of temperament indicators such as activity level, reflectiveness in meeting new situation, responsiveness to others, and cognitive skills. So it is basically depends on individuals themselves. Okay, we also have familial factors here. Familial factors here refers to the presence of significant others who are related to us, yeah, our family members, yeah, the cohesion or concerns by our parents, yeah, and also our spouse, okay. And the last one is support factors, yeah. Support factors here, basically, it refers to other supports other than family members. So it can be community, yeah. It can be the professionals, yeah. So according to Ghamezi, all these protective factors help people to be more resilient when they face adversity. Okay. Okay, now I have another activity for all of us. Yeah, you can scan the QR code and you can try answer the question that I prepared on the Mentimeter website. Okay, let me share what are our findings on the Mentimeter, yeah, with all of you. Okay, if we can look at the responses, yeah, from our students here. Yeah, I am happy to see that the most prominent theme that we have here is pray. Yeah, so it shows that, yeah, apart from those who are not Muslim, we have another part of us that make us resilient and persistent, and because of that we can make through, throughout our adversity. Okay, some sleep, healing. I can see some drink coffee. Yeah, so there are different ways in which we cope. Okay. Okay, thank you. I am so happy with the participation of our participants today. You are very active. Yeah. Okay, let me share again my slides. Okay. So basically, when we talk about coping, different people have different ways in managing stress, in managing adversities, and the way in which we manage it is called coping, or is known as coping. When we cope, we use our cognitive and behavioral strategies to manage the demands of a situation where these are appraised as taxing or exceeding our resources. Or sometimes we just want to reduce the negative emotions and conflict caused by our stress. And when we talk about coping strategies, there are different types of coping strategies. For example, we have problem-focused coping and emotion-focused coping. Those are the different types of coping strategies introduced by Lazarus and Folkman, and these we can call them the father of coping. And when I did my research in 2014, my Ph.D. research, I found that there are different types of coping used by my participants, and they are known as planful problem solving, support seeking, cognitive restructuring, and escape avoidance. So basically, today, when I'm giving you practical examples or practical strategies to cope with adversities, with crises, I'm going to focus on these 4 types of coping. And a few years back, I did a research with my undergraduate student, Riphah, in 2021. I think she has now finished her master's degree. We published a paper on avoidance and approach coping among students who are facing COVID-19. Okay. So basically, when we talk about coping strategies, we cannot run away from Lazarus and Folkman. They are among the earlier scholars who talk about coping. Okay, according to them, coping occurs when individuals constantly appraising stimuli in the environment. And when we appraise the stimuli, it will generate emotions. Okay, and we will appraise the situation as either threatening, challenging, or harmful. So based on our appraisal, we will initiate coping strategies to manage emotion. And after we initiate the coping strategies, then we will reappraise the process. We will reappraise as either favorable, unfavorable, or unresolved. So this is what generally what has been proposed by Lazarus and Folkman. Okay. Now, we have looked at what is crisis, what is resilience, what is coping. Okay, so we understand, basically what all this means. Before I share with you the practical skills that can be used in the time of adversity, let's look at some of the stories of our Prophet and what can we learn in those stories with regard to resilience and coping. Okay, the first one is Amun al-Huzn, the year of sorrow. Okay, we know that one of the most challenging periods in the life of our Prophet was the year of sorrow. This occurred in the 10th year of his prophethood. During this time, he faced the death of his beloved wife Khadijah and his uncle Abu Talib, who was his protector and supporter. Okay, so how did our Prophet face this year of sorrow? Through coping and resilience. One is the key to cope as Muslims is faith in Allah. Despite the immense personal loss and grief, Prophet Muhammad maintained his faith in Allah, and that is the key of him to cope and being resilient. Okay, and he continued his mission. He sought solace in prayer and supplication, reinforcing his connection with the divine. The more he feels sad, the more he pray, the more he recite dua. And also his perseverance. He did not allow these losses to deter him from his mission. Instead, he showed remarkable perseverance, continuing to spread the message of Islam even under increased hostility and isolation. So this is what we mean by resilience. He bounced back, and sometimes for some people, they bounce back even stronger after they face adversity. Okay, so this story illustrates the importance of faith and perseverance in overcoming personal tragedies. So we can see here the element of faith, the element of perseverance. It won't be there if we don't have tawhid, in Allah. Okay, the second one, the second story that I would like to highlight in terms of resilience and coping is the migration to Medina, hijrah, from Mecca to Medina. Okay, the migration from Mecca to Medina marked a significant turning point for the Muslim community. They faced persecution, threats to their life. Prophet Muhammad and his followers undertook the dangerous journey to Medina. Even when they reach Medina, there are also different types of challenges that they have to face. Here, they still, they still have trust in Allah. And I remember when Prof. Shamaila presented just now, the concept that are related to resilience. One of it is tawakkul. Yes, we have this tawakkul. To cope and to be resilient, we have to trust in Allah. To have trust in Allah, we have to believe in Allah. That's where the faith come in. That's why I told just now that this won't happen if we don't have, if we don't believe in Allah, if we don't strengthen our tawhid. So throughout the journey, Prophet. Sorry. So I was muted. Okay. Okay, sorry. So can you hear me now?
Yeah.
From
Hussin.
Okay.
Yeah.
From when I was muted just now?
No. We still can hear presentation
okay.
about the migration, the hijrah.
Okay.
It just maybe 1 minute.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I'll continue on hijrah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can continue your presentation. I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
No worries. Okay. So here, during hijrah, we can see that how Prophet Muhammad coped and be resilient in the time of adversity. So how did he do that, and how did he teach all the Muslims, to cope during the time of adversity? The first one is trust in Allah, tawakkul. And I remember this concept, this terminology also appeared in Prof. Shamaila presentation just now. Islamic concepts that are related to resilience. Okay, so that shows how important this concept is. Yeah? So throughout the journey, Prophet Muhammad placed his trust in Allah, believing in divine protection and guidance, although he don't know what is awaiting him in Medina and what are the dangers that he has to face on his journey to Medina. Okay, the second one is strategic planning. Yeah, the migration was meticulously planned, including the route taken and the people involved, showcasing the importance of preparation and strategy in overcoming challenges. So we can see that apart from tawakkul, yeah, there has to be effort from from individuals on how to cope and be resilient. Okay, so this story underscores the need for trust in Allah and careful planning when facing life-changing decisions. Okay, so those are the two stories that I would like to share. So now I'm going to share, as I've said before, I'm going to focus on 4 types of coping strategies that I have found in my study and how can we use this coping strategy to build up our resilience. For individuals who are not Muslims, for general public who are not Muslims, when we talk about planful problem solving, what are the process and involved in this are we identify the problems, we develop action plan, and we seek information and resources to make sure that our action plan can be delivered efficiently, effectively. However, as Muslims, as I have highlighted before, as Muslims, we have an advantage. For me, it is an advantage, because of our tawhid, because of our belief in Allah. On top of the planful problem solving that involve planning, identifying problems, identifying resources, develop action plan. We also have another resources. When we talk about planful problem solving. What I have here is the first one is seeking knowledge and guidance. Okay, when we talk about planful problem solving within the Islamic perspective, we can integrate this with the concept of seeking knowledge and guidance, tazkiyatun nafs, which is purification of the soul, and also istikharah, which is reliance on divine guidance. Okay, I remember istikharah, reliance on divine guidance also, if I'm not mistaken, appeared, or was discussed before, Okay, so first, let's look at seeking knowledge and guidance. Here, Islam emphasizes the importance of seeking knowledge. When we face a problem, we have to seek guidance from the Quran, Hadith, and knowledgeable individuals. So this is aligned with the Islamic principles of relying on divine guidance and wisdom. Meaning that when we seek knowledge and guidance, we have to really know the resources. It's not only the expert, but we have more than that. We have the revelation and we also have the hadith that are being narrated by our Prophet. Okay? And also the second one is tazkiyatun nafs. Okay, tazkiyatun nafs involves regular self-reflection, which is known as muhasabah, and this helps in identifying our personal strength and weaknesses. Okay, this can be essential in problem solving. Okay, so we engage in daily introspection and seeking forgiveness. Okay, when we engage in daily introspection and seeking forgiveness, it will clear our mind and heart and enable us to be more effective in decision making. So that's how tazkiyatun nafs, through muhasabah and also taubah, can guide us, can clear our mind and heart to enable us to make a decision effectively. Okay, and the last one is istikharah, which is prayer for guidance. When we face with difficult decision, we have an advantage in which Yeah, we can ask from God. Yeah, we pray to seek Allah's guidance. Yeah, and this practice foster a sense of trust in divine wisdom, reducing anxiety and enhance resilience in problem solving. Why? Because we know that when we ask guidance from Allah, we leave it to Him to guide us, and we open our heart to accept whatever guidance that He gives us. So that will put our mind and our heart at peace. And research also indicates that, excuse me, research also indicates that spiritual practices such as prayer and meditation can enhance cognitive functions and problem-solving skills. So this is not in opposite of what research has found. Yeah, it is evident. Okay. The second coping strategy that I would like to share is support seeking. Yeah, for those who are not Muslim, when we talk about support seeking, they will seek for professional help. They will find support network, and they for them to express their emotions. They express their emotions to their significant others, for example, colleagues, friends, or family members, close family members. However, in Islam, yeah, we have support that we have that are available for us are beyond that. Yeah, the first one is we have the support from our Creator, the utmost support. Yeah, solat and doa. Yeah, we can seek support through solat and doa. Yeah, believe me. Yeah, whenever we find we are facing any problem, we are at the lowest level of our life experience, we feel that nobody understands us, nobody hear us. At that particular time, if we believe in Allah, we will turn to Him. Yeah, when we realize that none can do anything for us, none can help us. Yeah, because we have the faith in Allah. Yeah, but for me, yeah, don't wait until we don't have any support. Whenever we face adversity, Allah is the first that we have to approach. Even when we are not facing adversity, as Muslims, whatever it is, we go back to Allah. That's the beauty of Salat, 5 times of our daily prayer. We don't wait until we face adversity. Yeah, we perform Salat every time, 5 times every day. Yeah, we ask from Allah, we tell Allah what we are facing, we ask for His guidance. Yeah. So here, yeah, regular prayer 5 times a day serves as a constant reminder of Allah's presence, and it offers solace, yeah, to Muslims. So this will help maintain a connection with the divine, providing emotional stability and comfort. So that's the highest support that we can gain. In addition to that, yeah, we can do dua, yeah, supplication. We make dua for ourselves and also for other people. Yeah, that basically can foster a sense of interconnectedness and reliance on divine support. So the practice of collective prayers and communal dua during difficult times can be particularly comforting because we know that we are not alone. Like, for example, when our brothers and sisters in Palestine are having hardship, we at the other side of the globe still perform dua for them because we believe that Allah will listen to our prayers. Hmm? Okay, and then apart from that, yeah, we also have social support from our Muslim community, yeah, through mosque, study circle, social events that provide emotional and practical support. So here, the sense of belonging and shared faith strengthen the resilience. This is what, yeah, some people might not feel or have the feeling of shared faith, because they are not engaging in or they don't join the Muslim community. Okay, and then the last one is utilizing the support of the ummah. Apart from the Muslim community around us, we also have the ummah, the Muslim community around the world. Okay, so the concept of ummah underscores the importance of collective support and also responsibility. And if we look at the finding of research, the act of making supplications or dua can reduce stress by fostering a sense of hope and reliance on a higher power. And also studies show that social support within religious communities is associated with improved mental health and resilience. Okay. And the third practical coping strategies that I would like to share with all of you is cognitive restructuring.
Yeah, excuse me.
Yes?
Professor Ruhaya, Hussin,
Yes?
excuse me. I think this is 2 minutes left for the
Oh,
presentation.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Kindly
Okay.
reminder.
Thank you for reminding me. Okay, I will skip this. I will go to the practical coping strategies on cognitive restructuring for Muslims. First, we believe in qada and qadar. We restructure our cognition, and then we involve in positive reframing, okay, reflection, gratitudes, and also patience. So, research also has found that suggests that gratitude practices are linked to improved mental well-being and resilience. Okay, and the last one is escape avoidance. Okay, escape avoidance here, meaning that we temporarily shift our attention to from the adversity. This can be done by doing iktikaf, zikir, khalwa, and also seek refuge in Allah. And research has found that mindfulness and meditation practices, similar to zikir, are effective in reducing stress and improving emotional stability. Okay. And like I said before, the key for coping among Muslims is tawhid. Without belief in Allah, it will be difficult for us to ensure that all the practical coping strategies that I shared just now will be effective. Okay, and these are some of my works on coping, and thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the fruitful presentation, Professor Ruhaya Hussin. Dear fellow students, please give our applause to her presentation. Yeah, it's so interesting and also fruitful, especially about how to practice the coping strategies using Islamic perspectives. Okay, thank you again, Professor Ruhaya Hussin, for your presentation. And now we will turn to our third speaker. Okay. Our third speaker is Arnold Yasin Mol, Ph.D. Candidate, but unfortunately, he cannot live in our Zoom meeting today, but he has recorded his presentation. So we will listen to his presentation. The IT team, could you help me to proceed the recording? Mas Surya atau Pak Rahmat, boleh minta tolong dibantu untuk menampilkan rekaman dari Pak Mol.
Mohon maaf Bu, kayaknya nggak ada ya. Belum ada.
Oh, oke. Saya coba cari yang dari Pak Ali Mahmud mungkin ya. Okay. I found the recording. So I will share this recording to you, fellow students. Can you see the files?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay. Do you hear the voice clearly?
Yes.
Fellow students? Oh yeah, alhamdulillah. So I will continue the recording.
I'm Arnold from Leiden University and the Islamic University of Applied Sciences in Rotterdam from the Netherlands. It's an honor for me to be presenting at this conference on Islamic psychology. Congratulations to all the students. May Allah increase us all in knowledge and make us successful, inshallah. Sadly, due to a scheduling mix-up, at the moment that is being played, I'm on the airplane to Istanbul, where I will be teaching inshallah.
The voice is lost, Sister Libbie.
Islamic intellectual history. I look at Kalam, Islamic theology, and how throughout the ages this takes on different forms, discusses different topics. And of course, through that, I want to understand how we can do Islamic theology today, and also how, more importantly, how Islamic theology can inform other disciplines to be connected to Islamic tradition, Islamic thought, Islamic worldview. So when it comes to Islamic psychology, technically, Islamic psychology traditionally fell under philosophy. So it was seen partially as a natural science. It was seen as something that was connected to the body and thereby also to the soul, and the idea of the intellect and how different aspects of the intellect and of emotions and the way we process reality, how that is processed through the body and also thereby interacted with the soul. And that was also seen as one of the main defining aspects of the difference between a human and an animal. Is technically anything alive, according to our Aristotelian approach, anything alive has a type of soul. The soul is the thing that makes the body alive, it makes it animate, it makes it moving. But the difference with the human soul is that apart from the vegetative soul and the animal soul, where we have these basic type of desires and needs and emotions, which you also on a smaller level share with animals and even plants. It is the rational soul that makes us humans different, makes us special. And because the main difference is that we can access knowledge. And this was seen as thereby also having a type of access to spiritual knowledge, higher knowledge, which animals and plants don't have and also don't need. Therefore, there is no prophethood in the animal kingdom. That was seen as specifically for higher sentient beings. And of course, there are probably more higher sentient beings. We already know about the existence of the jinn, next to humankind. And maybe there are also some other species that fall under these categories that we don't know of. But for psychology, what you are studying as a discipline, you're focused on the human. And one of the things I do as a scholar of comparative thought, looking at different religions, different philosophies, different worldviews, and trying to understand how the Islamic worldview is either compatible, is overlapping, has similarities, but also, of course, especially where there have differences. And even where some of the differences can create conflicts with other worldviews. And this is something I want to shortly present for you all, which I hope, inshallah, will generate some discussions among you, create some insights. Because, of course, psychology itself, how it developed now in the last 150 years, is it came out of philosophy. So even Freud, for example, studied neurobiology and philosophy. So he was in both these departments. And out of that, he created psychology as this sort of in-between discipline between philosophy that was dealing with consciousness, philosophy, what we could now call philosophy of mind, and of course, how this interacts with the mind, the brain, the material intellect. And of course, with secular minded scientists like Freud, they reduce human psychology to the material aspect. Of course, he took the experiential aspect very seriously. His student Jung, of course, differentiated with his teacher and still added a type of transcendence and the idea of that the self and the soul are not simply only material expressions. They're not simply things that come out of the material body, but sort of have a transcendent element to it. And psychology developed as a field, which especially now, and I'm from the Netherlands, here in the Netherlands, psychology, of course, is big. In the West, it's big, partially as a replacement of religion, spirituality. So instead of developing the self through religious and ritual discipline, and to place oneself within a worldview where one is created, where one is created to be a better person, to be non-selfish, to see other people. Modernity and post-modernity, humans became more and more in Europe, especially in the Netherlands, which is one of the most secular countries in the world. You have this detachment from religion, from traditional worldviews, and this isolation of the self as this unit that is isolated into one. And therefore, it becomes very difficult for a lot of people to develop their identity, to be resilient, to lose healthy ways of connecting with others. Apart from even, of course, social media and other forms of interactions that exist today that also create a lot of problems. So what I want to go into is slowly introduce you in worldview theory, and then look at how does the self, the idea of personhood, anthropology, is a theory of the human. How do Islam and humanism, and then I look at two different forms of humanism, how do these create different approaches to the human being? A lot of psychology in the West is grounded in humanistic theory. So it's very important to understand it, especially when you read a lot of Western literature on psychology. Apart from that, it is based on very much more a social science approach. it has veered away completely from philosophy, although now there's a slow re-entering of philosophical discourse within the fields of psychology and more interactions between philosophers and psychologists and also neurobiologists. So the field of philosophy of mind is now increasing again, it's now re-entering into the field. But technically, philosophy, psychology, theology, religious studies are still sort of very detached fields in the West. What of course you are doing from within Islamic psychology is to have an integral approach. So you're trying to take away sort of the barriers between the different disciplines to create not simply a holistic worldview, but in a sense to defragmentize the way the human is understood. This is something, inshallah, I want to look at with you all. So my presentation is called Comparative Concepts of Self, Conflicted Anthropologies. What we have to understand is, first of all, we need to zoom out. So to understand how a discipline works, any discipline, in what way is it understood from within a worldview? Certain disciplines come out of a certain worldview, but also then are taken up by other worldviews and are then shaped by the other worldviews, and then sort of are brought along from worldview to worldview, and the discipline then is shaped by all these different worldviews. Look at astronomy, for example. It came, for example, the astronomy, it has a long history going back, and as Fakhruddin al-Razi, great 13th century theologian, explains in one of his beautiful works on the history of religion. Fakhruddin al-Razi was from the 13th century, and he would discuss how astrology and astronomy were technically the oldest religions and the oldest religion and the oldest science. And then astronomy and astrology were constantly used and reshaped by different worldviews. So different worldviews took it up. They had different gods, different political systems. So with the Egypts, in Egypt, it served a different worldview with different gods. So you had Pharaoh, and so they had a different idea of the hereafter and how astronomy and the stars and the universe is connected to it. And then, of course, you had the Greeks had their own ideas about it, the Romans, and then the Muslims came in. And technically, of course, astrology is rejected or looked down upon. And astronomy was emphasized, and now astronomy became part of this very naturalistic worldview, where God as a creator created nature in a way that itself also had animated aspects to it, but there was a clear distinction between the alam al-shahada and the alam al-ghaib, so the seen world and the unseen world. And this made astronomy in a way, a very secular science among Muslims, in a good way, because then they were focused on understanding astronomy as a science that was focused on natural reality without mixing it with, for example, religious concept that certain stars were gods. Because, of course, in Islam, a star is simply a star. It is a created heavenly body, and it's not an entity, it's not a being, as, for example, it would be in other worldviews. Same thing with psychology. The idea of what is the human and what is it compounded in. Different worldviews created different ideas about psychology and anthropology, the way the human is viewed at, and different worldviews gave shape to it. So what psychology is today is not simply a Western invention. It has a trajectory that goes back thousands of years. And so it doesn't come out of nowhere and Freud invented it. what Freud did, he within the Western scientific revolution, he made a new niche within that very specific type of approach to the exact sciences, combining, like I said, philosophy of mind with neurobiology, and also created treatments, because that's the thing as well. He saw it was a type of medicine of the mind that he was trying to do. But technically, psychology itself, the way how humans are viewed as a body and mind, the idea that you can treat defects of the soul, of the mind, that of course existed as long as mankind existed. And a lot of these ideas, some of these ideas are still present within psychology. The idea of mind and body in the way that it is expressed now is a very, what we call a Cartesian dualism. So that came about from a type of Christian Enlightenment thinking in the 18th century that sort of shaped psychology, Western psychology as it is today. So even before Freud, there were already ideas that influenced him and that he brought along into his own psychological ideas. So a worldview is not a static thing. It has layers, it has a history, it has it's dynamic. And that's the thing we need to understand. First of all, the worldviews shape the way we view the world, how we view disciplines, how we view nature, ourselves, our experiences. So a worldview provides a map of the world around us. It includes cosmological ideas, the idea of, how nature, the universe, and the world exists. Cultural history, how we understand history, human history. It provides intellectual, more emotional tools, what we call orientations. It helps you navigate existence. It gives you language, of course, and language shapes because the way you define things give it a type of reality. So any definition, any language you use will have a very reductionary approach towards reality. So therefore, look at memories. Most of the things you memorize, you cannot sort of explain it in language. So the thickness, the depthness of an experience, and for example, a very deep memory, special memory, you cannot simply express it through language. We are so layered to that. So a worldview, a lot of it cannot be expressed in theory and in language. But this is especially on the personal level. Worldviews are very complex. So they have structures, they have levels, they have their own orientation, their subject focus. They have different type of impacts. So we are influenced now, every one of us are influenced by different worldviews. And one worldview will be very dominant. I'm Muslim, you're Muslim. So Islam is our dominant worldview, but the worldviews around you, the ones that are present in Indonesia, Christian, Hindu, Buddhist, secular worldviews influence you. Here in Holland, I have the same thing. I have Protestant and Catholic worldviews around me, especially secular worldviews around me. So those shape those are implicit, they provide implicit information in my own personal world. So different worldviews have impact on them. Some elements of the worldviews are very closed off, meaning they're very static. They don't really change a lot. Some of it change. There are other elements of any worldview that's very fluid, very open, and very dynamic. So worldviews are very, very complex. So the worldview theory I'm creating has three different layers. One is the idea of an objective worldview, which is very theoretical, abstract. So Islam technically is an objective worldview on paper. The Quran, the Sunnah, the way it's described in the books of fiqh and kalam, the books of jurisprudence and theology, that is the Islam in theory. Then you have the collective world. This is the life world. This is the everyday lived collective experience of the worldview. We as Muslims, when you go to the mosque, when you visit other people, when you go to the market, when you live with the Muslim community and others, you have a collective experience of Islam as a lived worldview. And then you have the subjective level, which is the personal worldview. It is private, the individual. So psychology mainly focuses on the subjective worldview. Sociology, political science, anthropology, religious studies, history, focuses on the collective worldview. Philosophy and theology focus on the objective world. So you can already see that different disciplines have different approaches toward world. Psychology doesn't really look at the objective worldview or the collective worldview. Social psychology does, of course. So the field of social psychology looks at how collective worldviews shape attitudes. But psychology, the main focus, of course, is the individual. And therefore, it's focused on the subjective worldview. How do objective worldviews, collective worldviews, shape the individual worldview? And how does psychology do it? And psychology itself, technically, as a discipline, although it functions within the subjective worldview as its case study, itself comes out of an objective worldview and a collective worldview. As a discipline, it is a collective discipline. Psychology is done with others. It is shaped by other humans, applying it, professing it as a discipline. And those ideas about what it means to be human come out of ideas within objective worldview. So you need to understand how these three approaches towards worldviews shape you as a professional, as a scholar of psychology. And you have to understand how it shapes psychology itself. And then you have to understand how, if you work with clients, if you work with subjects, and you study them, how they are influenced by the collective level and objective level. So here you can see an example of the top layer is the objective worldview level. Then you have the collective worldview in the middle, and then you have an individual person. For example, on the left we see Christian, who's explicitly influenced by the Christian worldview, implicitly by the Judaic worldview, implicitly also by the Neoplatonic worldview, etc. You can make different composures of these. On the objective level, so the objective worldview level, in the field of philosophy and theology, in philosophy of religion, we distinguish between three main paradigms. The theistic paradigm of Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, where God transcends and exists apart from the world itself. So God and world, God and creation, creator and creation have different ontologies, have different types of wujud, existences. In the cosmological field, the wujud, the existence, the being of God and the world of creator and creation is more intertwined and overlapping. And this is, for example, what is applied in Hinduism, panentheism, Neoplatonism, some elements of Zen Buddhism, for example. So that creates a different type of world. These create different type of paradigms. And then you have the cosmological worldview, where technically any type of idea about God and the world seems to have fully collapsed into one another, whereby what the universe is, what creation is, if there's any divinity, it is within creation itself, it is within itself. So, for example, you can have, for example, the Greek cosmology with Greek gods, that the gods live on Mount Olympus. So although you can have supernatural beings, but they are within the world, within the universe. They don't transcend the universe itself. So the cosmological paradigm is also, for example, can also be emptied out of any type of transcendence. So therefore also atheism, humanism, secular worldviews are technically cosmological worldviews. So you have to understand, if you look at psychology, most people working in Western psychology have a cosmological paradigm that sort of shapes their world. While we're working within Islamic psychology, we have a theistic paradigm shaping our work. So these are very important to understand. Cultural paradigms. So next to the philosophical paradigms, we also have cultural paradigms. I'm focusing now on Europe in the West, and therefore Hussin Smith, for example, differentiates between traditional paradigms, modern paradigms, and postmodern paradigms. So the traditional paradigm, which shaped most of the religions in the world, you have metaphysics as the prime, so it's God-centric. The metaphysics is the main element defining the paradigm. So it's a God-centric worldview, a God-centric culture, whereby nature expresses the will of God or the divine, and mankind is subject to that will. In the modern paradigm, which came about, of course, with the Enlightenment, then suddenly nature and the order of nature became dominant. Mankind came simply from being defined as a religious community, now becomes a civilization. And metaphysics, God was mainly viewed from a deistic perspective, whereby the order of nature and the rationality of nature expresses the divine nature, but technically, God is not expressed as a being or as an agent in that way. So nature became the main focus in the Enlightenment and the order of nature. In the postmodern paradigm, which came about after World War II, became very dominant. It became a very human-centered worldview. So it has this radical anthropocentrism, where the human experience is fully centralized. And science, nature are simply opinion. They're not facts. These are simply opinions, dominant opinions. Metaphysics then returns a little bit, but again, mainly not as God as divine order, but God as an experience. So the subjective experience, personal religious experience becomes centralized. So it doesn't really provide a full metaphysics as in the traditional paradigm, although God can become more, can sort of re-enter into the experience of man through the postmodern lens, but not as a collective, not as a community, but as an individual experience. So you can see how that works out, that in the traditional paradigm, there's more a balance between metaphysics, nature, and man, while in the Enlightenment modern paradigm, nature and man are dominant, and metaphysics is sort of collapsed into nature itself. Psychology, the way it is sort of shaped now, comes out of the modern paradigm as a discipline. So when we say we're trying to develop Islamic psychology, we're trying to sort of make it work from a traditional paradigm. And this is the challenge involved. So to give an example of how you do comparative worldviews, if you look at humanism, so the idea of that humanism is that technically you can have material humanism, which is atheism, or you can have spiritual humanism, like New Age. Both are work from a cosmological paradigm where only sort of human experience and the universe as it is the reality that there is, and humans are central in this paradigm. Traditional religions are seen as backwards, as a type of groupthink, and you can already see, and so therefore also the authority of religion, of course, is denied in any type of humanism. In humanism, both in the spiritual and the material form, the human rules itself. So this has huge consequences for the way that they understand nature, they understand reality, they understand the human experience, and of course, how they understand personhood. Because we also believe that from the Islamic traditional paradigm, of course, the way we understand humans is also partially revealed to us. So a lot of elements of psychology is not discovered through scientific experimentation as through the modern and postmodern paradigm, where psychology is a field that discovers itself and experiments and tests itself. In Islamic psychology, we also believe that elements of psychology, how to do psychology, is revealed to us because Islam, as a revealed religion, explains to us what the human is. So part of the Islamic understanding of the human, it comes about through experimentation and observation, like with scientific material human. But the Islamic approach to psychology also takes into account revealed sources. So we also therefore answer questions very differently. So in worldviews, you can have different questions you want to ask. What is reality? We say it's Allah. The material humanist, the HE would say it's nothing. The spiritual humanist would say, yeah, there's something that exists. What is the nature of reality? Is it created matter or eternal matter? Is it spirit? So all these are different, answered in different ways. What happens after death? Again, of course, for us, from an Islamic psychology perspective, this is important as well. We don't only shape humans to exist in this world, we also help them try to exist beyond this world in a good way as well. So psychology also not only takes in flourishing, Islamic psychology doesn't only take in well-being and flourishing in the world as part of their theory. Islamic psychology also looks at salvation. Our idea is to generate sa'adah, happiness on earth and in the hereafter. Of course, from a humanistic perspective, that is not especially in a materialistic humanistic perspective, that's not the function of psychology itself. Mm-hmm. So therefore, to understand the anthropological approach to humans, first of all, anthropology is about the knowledge of being human, humanness. It answers the question, what is a human? What are we humans doing? It is very multidisciplinary. So you have social cultural anthropology that looks at humans as social cultural symbolic beings. You can have scientific and biological anthropology, where humans are seen as natural biological beings. You have, of course, psychological anthropology, where humans are seen as being mainly thinking, emotional beings. You have philosophical theological anthropology. You have where humans are seen as moral, transcendent beings. So anthropology, all these different forms of anthropology look at the what, the who, the why, and the how of being. So if each worldview, therefore, has their own spectrum of anthropologies, it's seen as natural and necessary, or as unnatural and unnecessary. All these anthropologies, therefore, have different consequences for how the human person is constructed. So psychology, as a type of anthropology, psychology has a certain idea what a human is. In each worldview, there are, of course, between humanistic psychology and Islamic psychology, there are overlaps, but there are also big differences. So if we look at the biological scientific approach towards being human, it is genetic, it looks at ancestry, it looks at appearance, the idea of biological parents. In the social cultural paradigm of anthropology, you look at humans as cultural kinship, that you have language and symbols defines being human, that you have caretakers. In the philosophical theological paradigm of anthropology, we look at the idea of belonging, community, morality, role models, of happiness, sa'ada. So this all constructs the idea of the selfhood, the nafs. So anthropology itself, the idea of being human, has therefore different dimensions. So I always love this, the way Bellinger came up with this idea of, he used Aristotle, where Aristotle says everything exists in 3 dimensions. And he says that also counts for the self. So he says you have vertical being, which is about metaphysics and the way how the human exists as, so this is the field of theological philosophical anthropology. You have horizontal being, which is how the human exists with others. So that has to do with sociology, political theory, etc. And then, of course, you have inward being. So that's the field of psychology. Humanistic approach to psychology mainly focus only on inward being. Social psychology also takes into account the horizontal being. But Islamic psychology takes in all three dimensions. So it's very different in that way. That is one of the holistic elements of Islamic psychology, is that it views the human from all three dimensions. So then if you look at how it answers anthropological questions, you can see already these differences. What is a human? Islam says it's a created body and soul with a fitra. In the humanistic perspective, it is a smart animal with a consciousness, or can have a spirit, but technically it's a smart animal. It is in collective survival mode. Morality is mainly functionalistic. What is the self? In Islam, the human character is driven by or disciplined in its psychological and bodily desires, its vegetative and animalistic elements, which become apparent through interpersonal interaction. You can only know yourself through others. Therefore, you need to serve others. And therefore, also, you need to interact with God, with Allah, because through ritual worship, you have an interpersonal interaction with God, with Allah, that disciplines the self through worship and social service. So this is what we call a dialogical character of human life. You're constantly, yourself, what is the self, is constantly in dialogue with others and with God. That's one of the unique aspects of religious psychology, Christian psychology, Islamic psychology, is that we believe that the human is not only interacting with itself and with others, but also with God. With the humanistic perspective, it believes that the human is isolated in itself and it needs to sort of discover its authentic self. Belonging is self-chosen. So the self must realize itself by pursuing its own original, unique, and freely chosen quest for meaning. The will also exists independent of the body in itself. And of course, now certain elements, especially through trauma psychology, is emphasizing that the human psychology is embodied. So trauma technically is an embodied experience of the self. So now psychology is shifting more towards that the human mind is not simply detached from the body itself, but that can also, so although certain elements of psychology is returning back to a more traditional paradigm of this interaction between soul and body without sort of fully separating them, this also means that now it goes into the other way. You also get transhumanism, is that if a person feels they have a different gender than the body, then their body needs to be made different. Because it believes that the body and the mind have to sort of coincide with them. So humanism sort of makes different decisions, sees different consequences. This is what we see below on the tables, where I will end my presentation, is for Islam. In Islam, humans are born in families, they provide love and care. Families are essential for development and flourishing. Self-identity is in large part shaped by inheritances, by culture, traditions, or what we call, you're shaped by the culture of others, as we say it. So we inherit our destinies. We inherit a lot of our identities. While in humanism, in modern and postmodern ideas about the self, it is said you make your own destiny. You don't inherit identities. You need to break away from any type of past. The idea that, in a sense, trauma mainly comes out of your youth. And yes, in attachment theory, it does make sense. There are elements in attachment theory that are completely make sense. But it also sort of emphasizes this idea that being with others is also traumatic. So in a lot of humanistic psychology, others are made as trauma causes. On Islam, they are a protective element. So you can see that in humanism, you see now this very imbalanced approach where they acknowledge the unification of mind and body more. They acknowledge the fact that we need to have healthy relations with others. At the same time, they're still expressing this idea of authentic self, which needs to be detached from body and others. So there's still this very much this conflict. And you can already see when you read Western psychology, which is mainly grounded in humanistic ideas about anthropology, humanistic ideas about what it means to be human, you can already see that it is pursuing a different type of human than we are. And this is something you need to keep in mind when you study psychology. You need to translate these ideas towards the Islamic worldview and make these ideas be shaped by the Islamic worldview. Don't let the Islamic worldview be shaped by these other worldviews. Thank you so much. Allah bless you all and make you successful in this life and the next, and make you succeed in your studies. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so that's all the presentation, the virtual presentation from Dr. Mol. Please give our appreciation to Dr. Mol. And he is now in his flight to Istanbul, Turkey. Have a safe flight. And now, ladies and gentlemen, also fellow students, now we will turn to our last but not least speaker, our adorable speakers too, for today's session. So our last speaker is Dr. Nita Trimulyaningsih. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Nita.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Hope you are doing well. So before she present her presentation, let me read her curriculum vitae first. So Dr. Nita Trimulyaningsih is one of the lecturers from Department of Psychology, Universitas Islam Indonesia. She finished her doctoral program from Universitas Gadjah Mada, and she published many research about Islamic psychology, and her latest research is the process of spiritual transformation to attain nafs al-mutmainnah in Islamic psychology. So without any further ado, I will give 30 minutes for Dr. Nita to present her presentation. So please have your time. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Sister Libbie. May I share screen?
Yeah, you can share your screen, or I will help you. Oh, okay.
Can you see it? Okay.
Yeah, it's clear.
Yes. Okay, the Honorable Speaker, Professor Shamaila Asad from Pakistan, Associate Professor Dr. Ruhaya Hussin from Malaysia, and Arnold Yasin, Ph.D. candidate from Netherlands, and also Sister Libbie Annatagia. Thank you for the opportunity to presentation. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nita Trimulyaningsih from Universitas Islam Indonesia. Here I will presenting about Islamic spiritual pathway to resilience. Like explained before, we see that resilience is the ability of a system, even if individual system or community system, to return to its original state after being disturbed. And based on this general understanding, we see that this is a process rather than in terms of a characteristic of the system. And as continual process in every moment or time we're facing the crisis, we see that this resilience can be found in every everyday interaction, and it's not the result of extraordinary factor. And we understand that this resilience can be learned and can be developed also. And why we have to learn and why we have to develop this resilience? Because being resilient means providing greater opportunities for success in overcoming life's challenge. So how we can learn to develop about resilience inside ourselves? We can learn it we can learn it by see the response about resilience, which is close to term to recover, to maintain, absorb, transform, cope, recovery, resistance, and persistence. These terms is including the ability to learn, anticipating, or self-organize. And this is the conclusion of a literature systematic review done by the researchers. And how about resilience in Islamic perspective? I try to find the research about the resilience in Islamic perspective, and I found some research, but literature research, such as Kumian dari Majid, Novia, and Hidayat at 2022, she write about several personalities in Islam that align with the concept of resilience in positive psychology, like sabar, tawakal, syukur, ridha, ikhlas, and taubat. And Gumiandari et al. Also try to tell us about how to increase individual endurance or resilience, which is come from the Sufis way, that is provide spiritual practices such as takhali, tahali, and tajali. And another research is based on Aprilianti at 2024. She tried to write about the factors influencing resilience, and she told that the factors influencing resilience is tawakal, patience, prayer, zikir, Quran, and gratitude, reading Quran and gratitude. And another research is from Rahman, Nugroho, Albani, Iksani, Sukiman, Hakim, and Rahman. Also in 2024, he tried to define also, but also in the same definition of resilience as the ability to withstand and recover from adversity, but you try to relate it with the spiritually, that is it related to the important to focus and maintaining psychological and spiritual well-being to get this resilience. There's also a comprehensive approach by Rahman et al., which is see the factors contributing to a resilient mindset, like sabar, reliance on God or tawakal, and gratitude or syukur. This article also offering ways for Muslims to strengthen their resilience through faith and spiritual practice, like we see here. Maybe you can read it yourself from the article. Some of the method is strengthening faith, spiritual practices, positive outlook, and then community support, understanding sabar, prophetic stories, and personal reflection. Some of them has already defined and explained by Professor Shamaila Asad and also Professor Ruhaya Hussin before. And based on review, I see that there is no answer about the theoretical and operationalization of what is resilience in Islamic perspective. I think that this concept of resilience is need to be naturalization or Islamization in our language. And based on the general understanding, we should take it to the epistemological base of Islamic psychology, which is learned about nerves or soul. And how we can get into the epistemology of Islam about nerves, maybe we can try to get inside the nerves or soul by talking about transformation of the soul. Why transformation of the soul? Because in the general understanding before, we can see that resilience is so close and commonly associated with the response, transformation, and adaptation. So I think the way to relate about resilience and nerves, one of them is from the process of transformation of the nerves. Transformation of the nerves is especially very unique view of transformation in Islamic perspective. Transformation itself is positive changes that occur throughout the lifespan, and in Islam, it defines more specific be the process of change to achieve the ideal nerves or soul. And positive change or improvements in individual happens in some or all domains, physical, psychological, and social, like in the transformation in the West concept. But in Islamic concept, it comprehends by the spiritual domain. This change is an indicator of an increase in the soul level through the process of integrating the individual's personality to reach the ideal nerves level. So we can see that resilience is one of the qualities that indicates the higher nerves that emerge when individuals are faced with a crisis. Now we try to see how can we explain the process of making the resilience in the model of transformation. Maybe we can try to see based on the theory of the three models of transformation. The first model is adaptive models in developmental development. In here model, the resilience is seen as a result when a person succeeds in having greater mastery over the daily environment, as well as negotiating normative or age-graded role transitions, such as change from adolescence to adulthood. In this model, growth must occur at certain times in life because people are influenced by shifts in the life tasks or social roles they face. And the second model is disaster resilience model. This model emphasizes that resilience occurs as a response to obstacles and challenges, emotional or psychological trauma, or as a result of dramatic change in one's residence or living conditions. Functionally, such challenges can push a person to achieve significant new organization in her personality system. And these both adaptive models and disaster resilience models show the naturally flow transformation process when we face the daily life. But there's one special approach in the models of transformation that's very specific to Islamic spiritual pathway of transformation, that is self-awareness model or the self-consciousness model. This model views resilience as the result of a process of consciously and proactively testing oneself to achieve higher levels of abilities, skills, and other characteristics that individuals consider valuable, positive, and adaptive. It occurs each day and time a person sets aside time to consciously work on oneself. So this model of self-awareness is discipline, spiritual discipline in the spiritual pathway in Islamic psychology to gain the resilience. How can we do the self-conscious transformation practice? Before my presentation, we have seen the presentation from Brother Arnold Yasin more that have explained about the philosophy of spiritual and religion, ontology and epistemology of Islamic psychology. And here I will try to explain about the practice, about the axiology, maybe the practice of spirituality, Islamic spirituality, and what the first thing we can do to do the self-conscious transformation to gain resilience as well as the results. The first thing is remember that this is a process of lifetime. Why is it? Why we have to remember? Because we have to work on ourselves, not just when we have face-to-face learning, or when we have to pray only, or when we zikir only, but even when I wash my, when I sweep my floor, or when I sleep, or when I'm taking a bath, I will always try to self-conscious transformation practices, do the discipline practices. So we have to remember that this is the process of lifetime. And then the second one is start from focus on ourselves, nafs and ego. In here, we know that in Islam, we know that knowing ourselves is the way to knowing Allah. And often we see that the problem is coming from other people, or maybe a problem is coming from the job, or maybe the problem is coming from our task. But actually, we have to see if we would like to do the discipline Islamic transformation practice. So we have to see anything, or maybe other people, or maybe problems, or maybe our jobs as our reflection to see the deeper insight. So we have to see everything is go back to ourselves. And the third thing is practice to become more conscious about thought, feeling, attitude, and behavior. Not merely a mental alertness that helps us to survive, because this mental alertness is tend to make us anxious, anger, and sad. This awareness about conscious is actually have taught by the psychological practitioners like Freud, like Maslow, or Jung. They have already taught us to conscious or aware about our thought, feeling, attitude, and behavior. And this, we can integrating this awareness about thought, feeling, attitude, and behavior, and make it a discipline of spiritually discipline to get self-conscious. And the fourth, believe that our consciousness can be heightened. I can say that this is a transformation of the soul. So every practices we do can make our soul or consciousness is more higher and higher. And we can initiate it with performing ibadah like salat, reading Quran, making dua, like explained before, for guidance and support. And but the tips for us to have this consciousness is don't do a worship that we do regularly. We have to add a new element of worship to your life, to our life. If we regularly do 5 times salah, so we have to add the sunnah salah, for example. But I will say that one way that powerful to gain higher consciousness is doing istighfar consistently. How much we have to do it? We have to do it consistently? We can see that Rasulullah is doing it for 75 times a day. And how about us? If we multiply the amount of, like Rasulullah, 70 times for 36
365 days and times to 20 years of life, how much we have to do. So if you want to start it, we can start it with istighfar, like maybe 100 or 200 for 5 times after salat. Doing it consistently, because consistent is the key for we can step to next phase of experiment. This is an experiment because we have to convince about the proof, what we feel about what the different before we istighfar or before we doing ibadah consistently, and if we convince about the effect of ibadah and we are feel about our closeness about God, then we can shift our awareness and consciousness to higher self. Okay, the process after we do the transformation practices, maybe in the first phase is we will feel initial awaken. What is called initial awaken? Awaken is like the some at times where we see our unconsciousness so clearly that it seems like we see our negative sides, which has been hidden all the time. This time, like our emotion, our thoughts, our attitude. Example, our cynical response to others, how angry we are to our husband, our children, our friends, how it turns out that we have impulse that we consider disgusting, disgraceful, forbidden, that make us angry and afraid about ourselves. Maybe, and in this stage, the world seems become harder because we are still reactive to outside world, our childhood experience, and so on. And in this step, you will need to keep on your disciplines, don't neglect it, because these disciplines will purify ourselves to gain our serenity. And then we need to aware and appreciating that everything, even it seems as bad or good, Allah is the one who guide and run all the process. And the third is we need to see and value our positive growth, even if it's so little or single little, very, very little. So maybe like usually I don't smile. Don't smile, and today I can smile. Now, in every little change, we have to accept it and be grateful about it, so it can give our motivation. And then, after we have to the rituals or disciplines continuously, and then we all often feels like more close to God. And this closeness to God is often experienced by the religious experience, or maybe Maslow say it like a big experience. This experience is the meeting with the sacred side of realm, like Allah, like angel and nos. The meeting with the sacred side of realm in the science called as the mystic. As the process continues, we start experiencing the mystics as the phenomenon of deeper and higher consciousness, like dreaming. For example, dreaming meet with Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, or maybe we meet or we see the future, maybe. Okay, and the second is reflecting ourselves into others. We are not merely see other people as they are, their faults or their negativity, but we see negativity of another people as reflecting ourselves. Oh, I see the munafik, the other people is munafik, so I see myself is munafik, like that. So this is the capacity that is usually have by someone who have closer and higher consciousness. And then the third reality or the third experience is intuition. Sometimes
we got intuition that is very simple, very little, like where I can find my book. I have lost my book for days and I couldn't find it. Please Allah give me some aims where I can find it. And then, oh, I found it. Thank you, Allah. That's a gift. Intuition found the book, or actually, no, it's a simple intuition, or maybe a big intuition, like to take one problem solving. Maybe that's a greater one. Okay, another experience we can experience about God is arrival of people who come to give the spiritual support in life. For another people has the function to inspiring, to guidance, and give us support. And here another experience is the realm of thought. We realize more strong spiritual, strong intuition, strong insight, strong inspiration about the higher realm, faith or value. This higher realm of life, not a rational mind, which is working in our routine daily activity, but it's straightforward from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then connect with people who like-minded. We like the sister Shamaila Asad and sister Ruhaya Hussin say that we often need social support in our practices to experience, to resilience, and this connectivity with other people who like-minded with us, who have a transformation and spiritual minded, will add some more energy to us to always consistent in the way. And then immerse in deep and intense positive emotion in our life, which will replace negative emotion. This emotion is like love, is like reader, is like tulus, sincerely, maybe. Yes. Okay. And then we will finding solace of personal space. We need to spend more time alone to organize ourselves. And experiencing the mystics is about awareing. And every time we experience the mystics, we have to remember and try to appreciating every single experience, even the mystical one, as a giving from Allah, and Allah do it, whether it's bad, which must be a good beside every badness, or good. This faith, it will be a start of, maybe we can call it what Ainul Yakin in Islam. In this way, all you have to do is accept yourself, emotion, so attitude, experience, and still appreciate it as a gift from Allah. Accept it in the term of unconditionally, but still aware that we need to transforming this side to Allah. This means that every single experience should validate it to Al-Quran and Sunnah. I mean, like if we feel the feeling that maybe the intuition that, well, I feel a little conscious about, a little anxious about my intuition. What do I do? What I have to do? So we have to validate it to Al-Quran and Sunnah. And after we feel and after we do some disciplines or practices, we will experience the higher level of nerves actually. And the more we practicing, the more we consistent in our disciplines, we will gain, we will keep by Allah the serene nafs, or maybe we can call it in Islam is nafsul mutmainnah, like in Al-Fajr 27 or 28, 26, 27, and 28. And after we have the mutmainnah, or maybe still in inspired nafs in muhalmah levels, we will start to having the quality of resilience, and it will stronger when we get to the nafsu mutmainnah. We will find the 7 aspects of resilience inside. We can see that this Riphah and Asad have explained about 7 aspects of resiliency. The first is emotional regulation. The second is impulse control. The third is optimism. The fourth is the ability to analyze problems accurately. The fifth is empathy. The sixth is self-efficacy. The seventh is relationship skills. And in people with nafsu mutmainnah, this quality is not merely just like this quality, but it is integrated or it is comprehended by the tawhid, like the Associate Professor Ruhaya Hussin told. This tawhid comes and emotional regulation form as a peaceful state, create a stability and non-fluctuating emotions. And maybe we feel another feelings, positive feelings, which strong, but we will easy to do the emotional regulation in this state. And the second is impulse control. We will gain impulse control because the faith, the people with nafsu mutmainnah have faith that Allah will help us with so much ways we didn't know. So we make that we have control, and also we have the faith that Allah always see us. So we will can gaining sense of control. And the third is optimism inside, because we have the how we can get the optimism. We have it by inside the faith that Allah is Rahman, Allah is Al-Bir, Allah is kind, Allah will help us. And the fourth, the ability to analyze problem accurately. It comes more stronger because we have intuition, we have our wisdom, and the principle of virtue, so that it will maintain goodness in life. And the fifth is empathy. When we have the empathy, because we have integration of self. Like Jung said, that this integration is we have to integrating our consciousness with our unconsciousness, and there is no unacceptable side of ourselves. So we have in position that we have accept ourselves and we have accept our God. And this integration about accepting ourselves and accepting God will help us to see and accept others with sensor, with their capacity, with their natural and fitrah. And the sixth, the self-efficacy. We not see the self-efficacy, this merely self-efficacy, because in the spiritual pathway or in nafs mutmainnah, people not having self-efficacy as themselves. They have efficacy, but not by themselves, because they have tawakkul. They have placing everything to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So maybe we can say that maybe we need to adapting self-efficacy in Islam in resilience as the God efficacy, because there's Allah. Because if there is Allah, everything is possible. Even it's not what we want, then Allah knows what's best for us. So I think there must be adaptation in the sixth concept of resilience. And the seventh is relation skills. Specific in people with nafsu mutmainnah, there's a relationship based on the virtue like honesty, sincerity, and good intention. So relation skills is not merely just be kind to another people, or can placing ourselves in one condition, but how we can react to our environment honestly, sincere, and with good intention. And the conclusion, resilience is an inner quality that will emerge When we face crises and changes, we can prepare ourselves so that resilience can emerge by carrying out conscious transformation, so that one day, as a crisis arrives, we are ready and overcome it well. Thank you very much, Sister Libbie. Please take the time to yours.
Okay, thank you for your fruitful and insightful presentation, Dr. Nita. So, ladies and gentlemen, and also fellow students, please let's give our appreciation to Dr. Nita presentation. So insightful about the resilience in the time of crisis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, and also fellow students, we will have maybe about 15 minutes to discussion session. But before the discussion session, the committee asked me to take a picture of our session today. So for all of the audience, could you please open your camera for a minute so we can take a picture of you all? Yeah. The committee, could you please make the, oh, okay. Okay. So I think this is for the first slides. Yeah, could you please open your camera for a while, for a minute? Yeah. Oh, thank you. So I can see your bright face. Is this okay? So this is for the first slide. Please give your smiling face. Okay, now we turn to the second slide. The third slide, so we have 10 slides, I guess. So this is the third slide. And then the fourth slide. Wait. 5. The fifth slide. Okay, the 6 slides. The 6 slides and the 7th slides. 8 slides. The 9th slides. And finally, the last slides. Okay, so now, after the photo sessions, we will have the discussion session. Maybe we still have maybe for around 15 minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, and also the fellow students, so if you have any question to our speakers, so maybe you can raise your hand or, oh, okay, we have two. Okay, Yurna and Fajri Fauzan. Okay, maybe ladies first. Okay. Okay, we also have Andini Aprilia. So I will give the chance to Yurna Hafiza first. Okay, maybe you can unmute your microphone. Okay, so please have your time, Yurna.
Okay, thank you, Miss Libbie. Before that, I'm sorry because I cannot turn on my camera. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, I can hear your voice, but actually not so clear. But you can continue your question. Okay, Yurna, you can continue your question. Hello, Yurna. I guess there is a signal problems, some troubles. So maybe yeah, I'm sorry, you're not, maybe you can drop your question in chat if you have any difficulty on signal, or maybe you have a signal problems. Okay, so Yurna, you can drop your question in chat box. Okay, so we will turn to the next participant. Okay, Fajri Fauzan. Okay, please.
Okay, now can you hear me, ma'am?
Yeah, so clear.
Okay, so thank you so much, Bu Libbie, for the opportunity here that I can ask now. Also, thank you so much for every single knowledge that every single presenter has delivered to us. I'm very grateful to attend this meeting with amazing speakers from different places in this world, which also special on its specialty. Very insightful, mashallah. Maybe this question is for Mrs. Ruhaya Hussin. Okay, I'm really interested in what Mrs. Ruhaya have just told us about protective factors of resilience. So there are three protective factors, right? The individual, and then the family, and then the social support. As a disclaimer, I believe that there are things human can't control, which are other people and the past. And here, family and social supports are something that we cannot control. So my question is, what if the one who should be a protective factors, especially family and social groups, social supports, actually becomes a damaging factors or being a destructive factors? Maybe that's all my question. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for the question, Fajri Fauzan. So the question is for Professor Ruhaya Hussin. So maybe you will answer the question now. Professor Ruhaya Hussin, please.
Okay, thank you, Fajri. That is a very good question. Yeah. First of all, maybe I forgot to inform during my talk, during my presentation, that when we talk about coping, basically coping will be successful if we how can I say, a different approach of coping is suitable depending on whether we can control or we cannot control the situation. Yeah, for example, if we cannot control the situation, we are not supposed to use problem-focused coping as a whole. Yeah, because research has found that for situations that are uncontrollable, what work most would be the escape avoidance coping, emotion focused coping, and also cognitive restructuring. But for situations that we can control, normally we opt for problem focused coping. So your question here is about support. Yeah. Coping is a very tricky question, yeah, and basically, the one that you're talking about is the protective factors of resilience, and I am talking about, and the scope of my presentation is within coping and resilience. So I will answer it within the context of coping and resilience, yeah. So basically, when we seek support, yeah, there will be, first of all, when the support comes from other people, definitely it's out of our control. It's not within our control. Yeah. So perhaps, yeah, that's why when we talk about seeking support, support seeking should be done or should be sought from the right person, from the right individual. Let's say, for example, if we are having difficulties, we are having mental health issues, we might seek support from counselors or psychologists. But if we have physical symptoms of physical illness, we have to seek support from the medical doctors. Meaning here, who do we seek support will definitely define whether or not support itself can be a protective factor or damaging factor. So for me, the seeking support will depend on who do we seek support. That is when we seek support from individuals, from human beings. And if you remember, when I talk about support from the ultimate being, our God, support from Allah. We seek support from Allah in terms of prayers and also salah. The key term that I stress when I present that particular topic or subtopic is our tawheed, meaning that when we seek support from Allah, but we don't believe in what we are seeking support in, for example, we still have like whether or not we are still thinking whether or not Allah will help us or not. We have the doubt there. So with that doubt, more or less, it won't help much when we seek support from Allah, because I believe that when we seek support from Allah, what we have to do is that first, we have to believe in it. We have done our best, and like what has been shared by Dr. Nita just now, about self-efficacy and God efficacy, I like it very much, because we try our best. But in the end, sometimes we may not get what we want. Let me share my experience with all of you. I still remember like 25 years ago, when I finished my high school, I really want to do business management for my degree. But I got an admission into psychology program in International Islamic University in Malaysia, in which at that particular moment, late 90s, nobody knows about psychology. What people know is counseling at that particular moment. So I was like, what the hell am I going to face? However, I still remember what my mom said. She said to me that I don't pray to Allah so that Allah will give what you want. But what I pray is that you will get what's the best for you. Meaning that the redha, the tawakkul is there. And today, I don't even finish. I'm not only finishing my study in IIUM, but I work in IIUM as well. So that's how beautiful the journey is. Meaning that here, what I can conclude is that if we are seeking support from human beings, we should know who are the best person that we need to take support. So we have to have that information. And if we seek support from Allah, we have to have the tawheed, the belief, because without having it, it won't be a protective factor. I think that's all. I hope my answer, I hope this answers your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer, Dr. Rohina. So we will turn to the next question. This is from Yurna. So she has dropped the question in the chat box. The question is for, okay. This is for Professor Shamaila. I would like to ask Professor Shamaila about the research you discussed on the effectiveness of understanding Surat Ad-Duha. What are the advantages or key points of this research? And also, what is the uniqueness of the study? So the question is about the advantages or key points of the research of the Surah Ad-Duha, and also the uniqueness of the study. So for the Professor Shamaila, time is yours. we still have Professor Shamaila here because I search in the participant, maybe signal trouble. Wait a minute. Professor Shamaila, are you here? Are you still joining the Zoom? Okay, I think there is some troubles in the signal of Professor Shamaila because I tried to search her name in participants, but this is not in the participant. Maybe something happened in her signal. So, okay, I will turn to the next participants, the question from Andini Aprilia. So please, you can ask your question, Andini Aprilia.
Okay. First of all, thank you for sharing your valuable insight on the topic of resilience. I have questions for both Professor Shamaila and Professor Ruhaya, but I guess Professor Shamaila is not here. For Professor Ruhaya, how does a person's ability to bounce back from difficulties affect their self-perception and worldview when facing repeated failures or prolonged challenges, especially without emotional support from others? And what might happen over time if they rely solely on their own coping mechanisms in these isolating situations? Can I ask a question for Professor Shamaila?
Yeah, you can ask her, but I think there is some signal problems. So Professor Shamaila is not joining the Zoom right now, but maybe while she join us later, you can ask. But I think maybe the question for Professor Ruhaya Hussin first, yeah?
Or I can write it down.
Yeah. You can drop your question for Professor Shamaila in the chat box. Hopefully, she will join again. And the signal problem has passed. Okay.
I didn't get the first part of the question. I just the first part of the question is not that clear just now. Can you repeat the first part?
Sure.
Okay.
My question is, how does a person's ability to bounce back from difficulties affect their self-perception and worldview when facing repeated failures and prolonged challenges, especially without emotional support from others? And what might happen over time if they rely solely on their own coping mechanisms in these isolating situations?
Okay. There are actually many factors, yeah, when we talk about individuals, yeah. So this is quite tricky, yeah. So because in psychology, when we talk about individuals, we acknowledge that individuals differ from one another. Yeah. For example, if someone with high locus of control, normally they will bounce back higher when they face adversity as compared to those with low locus of control. Why? Because those with high locus of control, they have their self-efficacy is higher. Yeah. So when we talk about whether or not individuals can bounce back after they face challenges, yeah, if they don't have strong emotional support, I think it depends. Yeah, it depends on the personality of the individuals itself. Yeah, but for me, emotional support will help. Will help people to bounce back better as compared to those without emotional support. But to say that without emotional support only people cannot bounce back, it is very, it might not be very accurate, yeah? Because like I said, there are many other factors that will affect our resilience, yeah, apart from the emotional support. What is the other question about coping that you asked just now? Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I asked what might happen over time if they rely solely on their own coping mechanisms in these isolating situations.
Okay. Is isolating situation meaning that this person has no support at all? Like when they are when we are in COVID-19 pandemic, for example. Is that what you mean by isolation?
Yeah,
Okay.
when they feel lonely.
Okay. Okay, let me share with you. Research on COVID-19 found that people who live alone experience more stressful situation as compared to people who are living with others during pandemic. Because during pandemic, we know that we cannot meet other people. So we live within the four walls, and whoever with us within the four walls, those are the people whom we interact with. So during that time, many research has been conducted on COVID-19 pandemic and how do people deal with it. And it was reported that those who live alone, they suffer loneliness and they are more stressful as compared to those who live with other family members. So yes, if I think if we only rely on other type of coping mechanism without having support from other people, it might affect us. But again, to what extent it affects us depends on our personality, depends on individual differences. But as a social being, we need other people. Living alone is a very, very stressful situation. Yeah. Am I answering your question, Andini?
Yeah, it is. Thank you so much for your
welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Ruhaya Hussin, for your answer. Does anyone still have question to our outstanding speakers today? Okay, I also will check the. Okay. Okay. Also, I would like to remind to all of the attendants, for all of the audience, you can fulfill the bit.ly presently is cheap 2024 for your attendance mark. So yeah, that is from the committee. And okay, anyone still have any questions? Okay, I think all of the speaker has present grateful and insightful presentation. So, and it is all of the audience, I think, has many understanding about the topics after the presentation. So finally, we come to the end of the session. We would like to say thank you again for all of the speakers for the informative and insightful presentation. Thank you, Professor Shamaila Asad, Association Professor Dr. Ruhaya Hussin, Dr. Arnold Yasin, and also Dr. Nita Trimulyaningsih for your informative and insightful presentation. Thank you so much. And also thank you to all of the participants for your active presentations today. Hopefully the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you very much for your attention. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Thank
wabarakatuh.
you, Dr. Ruhaya, Dr. Nita, Profesor Shamaila. Oh, ada Mbak Eli. Thank you, Mbak Eli, for your coming. Thank you, all students.
Thank you, everyone.
Hati-hati di jalan.
Thank you, Bu Libbie.
Ya, thank you. Bu Hazira, hati-hati di jalan. Fi amanillah.
Makasih.
Assalamualaikum, pamit.
Saya juga pamit, terima kasih.
Okay, mashallah, it has been a great opportunity to learn from the speakers and to acquire a great deal of knowledge. We sincerely hope that the knowledge we acquire will be both blessed and beneficial for our future. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally arrived at the end of the session. Before ending the session, to all participants, please fill the Google form attendance that will be provided in the chat room as your feedback on the session. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for today's speaker and everyone who have joined us. It is an honor and pleasure of me to be a small part of this event. Once again, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to you all for your participation. Jazakumullah khairan, and see you next time. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. Barakallah Pak Ali. Udah lega. Biasa semuanya.
Tiap tahun ngerasain, tiap tahun terus ya memang.
Mengingatkan lagi untuk teman-teman sebelum
Before
meninggalkan
bed tonight,
Zoom,
try this 7-second brain.
bisa mengisi presensinya terlebih dahulu ya. Terima kasih.
Matur suwun, Mas Rahmat.